XLG, because of course there's been some nerves there. There's been a little bit of, you know, Wendler said it yesterday, not performing to the same level as domestically. So hopefully today is different. Well, today is the same as the day before.
Well, they've definitely done better. I mean, they got this win, so at least this time around they've been able to win a series. And the fact that they had to send TRG home though is a little bit sad because of course that was a regional matchup that we will never forget. And I think we need to remember that XLG have made playoffs before back in champs, but that was because they were China's first seed. At least this time they've been doing it on
Yes, bold
own accord.
But they need to start believing in themselves. I've heard those Raga answers in those interviews saying that he didn't think they're going to get to playoffs. Like, to me, that is crazy. If I'm a coach there, I'm having a word, because that is criminal to be so self-deprecating coming into this match.
Gotta shake it out of him. Like, stop it! Stop that! You're gonna make it! Now, Heavyweight talked a little trash about Crystal. It's a little bit funny because Crystal has been one of the overperformers for global esports, especially on the Killjoy and Sova. But let's talk a bit about his agent pool here.
Yeah, the interesting thing is that obviously GE like to play a lot of different comps, a lot of different agents, but to me, Crystal is shining every single time he's playing that Killjoy specifically. I think obviously at this tournament, he's probably going to still be playing a lot of different things. Like, look here, his lurks on Killjoy, that pro, it was phenomenal for their match against Full Sense. That's why they got so many rounds so easily. So in the future, maybe this is something they need to look into, maybe making it a bit more simple. Pat on the fade, Crystal maybe as a sentinel lurker. Having to play so many different roles, it's really difficult to coach.
It's
like,
crazy.
If you're an entry player, like we saw Patman playing Waylay Op.
Yep.
Like, that to me is crazy. The carry's supposed to learn all these different skill sets as a player.
I think for me, when it comes to Crystal, it's nice to see the unexpected players stepping up, right? When we saw the roster coming into this event, I was looking at Autumn, I was looking at Patman, because those are the players with the global experience. Yet it seems to be Crystal that's coming up live on a stage such as this, which is really, really nice to see.
Yeah, we're seeing a personality coming at Crystal that we haven't really seen even on the Pacific stages, where he is a lot more comfortable.
हाँ पता है बढ़िया लगता है Wait, मेरी स्क्रीन देख और डिस्कॉर्ड देख तेरे को क्लिप दिखाता हूँ आज के
दिखा कर दी बंद स्ट्रीम
YouTube पे तो चालू है
वो स्ट्रीम एंडिंग ऐसा करके कर रहा है क्या अभी
नहीं ये देख
ओमेन स्मोक बीमेन अर्ली अर्की
थोड़ा
किस पे ईयू पे खेल रहा है अपने
हाँ
तो अभी देख रहा हूँ शॉट्स लगे जा रहे ओह शिट
इधर आके दिया
अबे भाई क्या कवर में करना रिलोड
अबे गलती हो गई ना ये देखिए राउंड देख भाई एम देख तू भाई क्या चिपक रहा था अभी देखिए क्रेजी था ना भाई अब देख
अबे फिर भी कैसे हार रहा है भाई
अबे वही तो मेरी टीम ही गंदी है भाई मैं कुछ गलत ही मार रहा हूँ भाई इधर देखियो भाई क्या हुआ देख डिसमिस करके गया पीछे घुमा फिर एक और निकाला सोच मैं अपना आईडी स्विच करा रहा हूँ कन्वर्ट करा रहा हूँ में भाई ये देखियो ये वाला तो क्रेजी है देखियो इसको मारा अभी फिनिक्स है ठीक है
अबे ये कौन मर गया मेरा भी आज का है देखेगा क्या
रुक जा एक मिनट पीछे इसको चालू कर दो
Haven and the site for Haven please
Attack
all right
नहीं
your map pick
Lotus
okay Lotus and the site for Lotus please
क्रिस्टल ने बढ़िया खेला हाँ ना बढ़िया खेला इनकी आंखें दर्द नहीं होती पास अबे इनको व्यू ज़्यादा चाहिए रहता है देख रहा हूँ
okay we have Ascent, Breeze and Split left, GE banning first.
Oh, sorry, we'll ban Split.
You ban Split, okay. And last two maps are Ascent and Breeze.
Banasa.
Okay, the sider is Breeze, GE is picking the side.
Defense.
Okay, quick recap. We start with Haven, XLG attacks, then we have Lotus, GE attacks, and if we go to the decider map, which is Breeze, GE defense. Everything correct? Alright, good luck guys.
भाई सुनना मैं तो कर रहा हूँ अपना अकाउंट का रीजन चेंज
XLG getting their home map of Lotus. That is
skins
the
रहेगी
map
तो
that they have
अच्छे
been
अच्छे
phenomenal
flick
on. So
रहेंगे
GE clearly coming in with a plan because they're not banning it today and letting them go to that map.
And quick
हाँ वही
2-1 GE.
क्या
right now. I like to hear, but for XLG, this is unfinished business. It's a chance to prove that they
चल ठीक है मैं स्ट्रीम कर रहा हूँ आ जाओ स्ट्रीम पे
And for global esports, this is history. This is India's finest at their first ever Masters and loving every second of it. We got old teammates, old friendships, and everything on the line. Let's see who wants it more. Well, we are about to find out who will be surviving another day here at Masters London.
我觉得首先在赛区内，我们通过自己的实力争取到了这个国际赛来之不易的名额。我们来这里训练得很刻苦，然后所有人都在用心的去调整自己的心态、自己的这个心态的那些就是上场的那些感觉感受，让自己处于一个自信，然后全力以赴，然后去包括所有人都在用心的去调整自己的心态、自己的这个心态那些就是上场那些感觉感受，让自己处于一个自信，然后全力以赴，然后去包括去秀的这个。
XLG, they will persevere!
I mean, XLG was my previous team. I win with them Ascensions. When I was in XLG, I played with Arga, Happy who I was coach, so right now I face her in games.
我觉得是我们的梦想一直在驱动我们向前走，去争胜，去关注每一回合，才是推动我们一局一局持续去争胜，全力相信自己的动力。
For us, it's good matchup because like it's Chinese region. It's like same as Apex. They like to fight.
下一场比赛，我想带着第二季的愿景，非常自信，全力以赴去争夺这比赛的胜利。
Good luck, guys, and I will destroy you today.
London, we will keep going.
Fighting for the final spot in the playoffs. It's XLG versus Global Esports.
That's cool. Anyway, I don't know.
XLG started modestly as a group of friends in a PC cafe deep in northern China, far from the lights of Shanghai. Like a flower in the desert, they survived time and time again through Ascension. They're back at a Masters where they could finally qualify to playoffs. But their opponents today is Global Esports, an Indian org making a historical run through Pacific. And even today in London is a record broken. But while they're new to the international stage, they are far from new to XLG. They know each other so well, Billy.
Yeah, let's not forget Crystal lifted that Ascension trophy in China back in 2024 with Happyway, with Raga, and now they sit on the opposite side. So many familiar names that know and probably love each other from those days back in that region. And now they face off one another, and one of them will have to eliminate the other.
Yeah, and getting right back into this map, Vito, as we said before, GE decided to ban that Fracture, letting XLG go to Lotus. But first map of Haven, it's been a little bit iffy for GE here. Not sure what composition they're going to end up with here. Probably something new. That's what they love to do.
And remember, something that I had said on the opening day when GE first played was that this is a team that relies on crazy composition changes. We've seen it within their own region, and I'm curious how that anti-stratting works here. They played on one of the late games yesterday, and I said this intensity of this event might mean that there are moments where this struggles.
Yeah, XLG on that Haven struggled against DRG before. They were in many advantageous positions into the post-plants especially, and could not convert at all. So GE have seen that and thought, we can do this. This is an easy map for us.
This is a huge day for both of these teams. Right now, there's only one playoffs spot left, and you can feel how much each of these teams want it. XLG want to go the distance to prove that VCT China is nothing to smirk at. We got Shanghai around the corner in champions for our next event. And of course, this Indian org of global esports has never gone this far before. And if they make it to playoffs, it's going to be absolutely incredible. I'm telling you guys, they're going to make top 4 if they pass through today.
Yeah, I think both teams have a lot to prove here. Both, you know, not familiar with playoffs. XLG only going there once, and it was because they were the first seed of China.
It would be a new experience, actually, after today for either of these teams. And let's see what agents are going to be pulling out. We know Frost likes to make lots of different comps per map.
Oh, it's the same kind of comp they're running Pacifics, the double sentinel here. Very strange composition, not seen very much on this map. I think that there are holes here if XLG expected this to come through, especially towards that A site. I want to see XLG taking the map from GE, making the space feel really passive, and then throwing in some fakes. GE don't have a lot of information here. They're going to rely on big bunker setups.
Yeah, for sure. I think having that double sentinel approach is going to be really interesting for them starting out. I believe that this is the first deadlock that we get to see in the event as well. Kind of an underutilized sentinel these days, but can also be used in a kind of initiating way to be able to set out the rest of his players.
Now to take us to the final Swiss match, we are graced by Mitchman and Tombiz.
Thank you, Victoria. Yes, indeed. One last spot in playoffs up for grabs, and it's going to be history made today on the London stage for global esports. I think it's fair to say they're coming in looking hot, but XLG looking to right the wrongs that have been done to their region. They've sent the
Let's go.
RG home, and now, as they said, they look to carry forward their ideas.
Let's go. GE ka defense.
For the boys they've sent back home. A start here from XLG on the attack side of and already wasting no time. You heard it from Crystal in the interview. They love to fight, and this time the fights are going XLG's way. Even with Patman fighting that, he's so low to 2v1.
Oh, the man of the moment.
Let's go, Crystal.
So many clutches coming through yesterday. Almost an argument to just put him on Killjoy on every single map with what we've seen Crystal do on that specific agent, but this is going to be a tough one. On the other side, Happy Way has been unstoppable, but a little bit shaky for both of them in that fight. It will be a pistol round for XLG to start. And something you mentioned, like having to carry on the sort of your I guess the weight of your brother after eliminating them. That was the case for both teams. Both teams had to go through a regional team to get there. So I'm almost looking at this as don't waste it. You had to send someone else home that, well, we talk about those friendships in GE as well, the relation that they have to Full Sense. And now you come in with a different relation, hearing these guys are scrim partners. They play each other a lot, so I want to see one of them maybe have a few extra ideas of how to beat the other, because that's where they will have practiced everything.
Scrim partners, previous teammates, what half of the players in this game used to play together in some form or the other, going across teams. So
that Ascension game had a lot of the players.
So it's definitely somewhere that they're familiar with the bodies on the opposite side of the stage. XLG have the pistol. Ooh, very strong start from Happy Way. This little spam through the door and a very awkward fight afterwards. Okay. But the weapons now on everybody else for XLG. We don't expect to see them lose all too much. Nice bait by Patman. Pretends to jump out of the window to draw in the fight. Good flash though. Udaton has his vision back and they're looking to fight this together. Raga has to be careful. Doesn't know there's a player quite as close as he is. And this is getting costly already. Still, the numbers there for XLG. They don't want to lose anybody else. And it's a guessing game as to where Crystal is at this stage of the game.
There'll be a rifle retrieved. The SMGs are not really the worry at this point. And yeah, Crystal, if he can get one, it would be huge, honestly.
30 seconds left.
Just remove some of that additional weaponry. Winning here should be impossible. But damage, not so much, especially if he waits for somebody to go over the plant. I like the check. Oh, no, I don't. I don't like the check. It was half check by Noman, but eventually he will go back. 2-0 for XLG, an important conversion. Now they'll look to build into this map, because I have a feeling the reason that GE might have taken us here was after witnessing their display on this map versus DRG, which I'll be honest, was very surprising from my side.
Hello,
I
Divya,
thought
what's
they'd go
up,
into that match maybe not
Hal?
heavily favored, but at least like even competing on maps that they feel a little bit less confident on.
Well, yeah, I think we saw it in the rest of the series as well, where it was a much closer affair. But that first map, I started to question everything I knew. XLG, in my mind, they were coming in as favorites. I think they made less mistakes in their opening games, but DRG trashed them. It was 13-4 when it comes to Haven. Already, 2 on the board. It's a strong start. XLG take down Uditon as well. This is not going that poorly till Autumn shows up to the site. A double kill, a triple kill, in fact, before he finally falls.
How was your day?
And yet still, we're into a 2v2.
It was the run it back, one of those kills that was traded out, and especially considering some of the weaknesses in play. A plant for long, eventually. I think Leo's letting go a little bit too early, and now he's kind of stuck in a horrible position. They know exactly where he is, and Harvey just patient, now knowing where the last man is standing because of the ping. I'm not sure what went on there from the side of XLG. Maybe trying to bait someone in, but it didn't look like that.
Crazy.
You don't normally stick it all the way to the very end and then let go if you're baiting.
No, it's certainly a strange strategy. I don't know what they were expecting to come their way in a round with no ults and limited utility on the other side, but maybe just conscious of a quick re-aggression, some deadlock util, the net, the shocks, who knows? Who knows? Or maybe they just stopped defusing a little bit too early, or stopped planting a little bit too early. Either way, a 2-1 scoreline. Early half goes as it should, but now XLG come in. They put all their credits into this round. This is a full buy for the attack side with very little margin for error, but that can be said on both sides. If we are going to have a lights out start to this half, this will be the round that decides it.
Seen this flash an awful lot if you watch EMEA. The GX doing it every single round, but gets you that additional little bit of space.
Oh.
Normally we'd come into a game and be highlighting the duelist players, talking about the fiery side of this matchup. But I'll say that the players I want to highlight in this game are all currently playing Sentinel. It was Autumn who will flex later on, and Happy Way that, to be honest, to get them through split, had to drop 35 kills.
For GE in both games, Crystal has been solid. At least one map where he looks like the best player on the server, and it doesn't even look close.
भाई इन्होंने Pearl क्यों नहीं pick करा भाई समझ नहीं आया मुझे.
Patman with the early aggression out C Long. He's been embedded for quite a while. And he's found himself the pick now. C Long no longer in the hands of XLG. They look to fight deep towards the spawn.
अब वो बात हुई. भाई वो देख. Xavier को देख भाई.
And Leo won't last long.
No, bro.
Looked like they were in trouble, like they were backed against the wall, but they came out swinging.
It's a little bit unfortunate. Like you see the fight forward from Raga, and they're able to take out both players. They go, okay, well there was no re-swing.
जान निकाला. भाई मैं inspired हो गया भाई जी से.
I almost wonder if they think he was baiting at that point just because of the gap that came in.
मेरे shots देखे तूने?
Harvey then still had to hit all of the shots, and that's exactly what he does. Hunter's Fury online. Opponent's economy completely reset.
Chat shots देखो जाके.
Well, in this round,
shots देखो वही
तो. Not much to play with at all.
विनी नहीं आई क्या?
Yeah, they're gonna sit back and wait.
आ रही है.
XLG.
PC से
there was some A aggression coming
PC से आना.
Smoke down on shore. It's gonna deny them even if they crossed over having any kind of fight.
अबे भाई UPS खरीद ले.
B site, and I think this is a good round for some experimentation. You really have to get an idea of what G are doing with their Sentinel utility when they have so much. But the problem is they have so much. They can just keep changing up those positions. And the main problem will be Crystal. It's a very unusual comp to play against on this map. And those sensors are going to punish
Sponsored.
every time he wants to dash in to take space if he chooses the wrong
नहीं होगा
side.
मेरे से. Comment. भाई सोवा गलत है भाई.
He's not necessarily been the highlight player individually, but he's had a great
खा क्या है
start to this game. And mainly that's because they've had so many other highlight players individually.
राजमा चावल का क्या है?
It's going to be awkward there. You even mentioned it. He tries to go over the utility that was blocking him, walks into more utility. A nasty setup. And for Patman just lurking around the they saw, okay, they've got all this utility. At least it's probably clear. And a flawless round. And a huge start from GE because they have just built up a hell of a lot of credits after some much closer rounds.
Fair play to Patman there as well. I mean, Lysor ripped his head off with that stinger. But manages to find the correction just in time. Walks out of there with 3 kills. And
so अभी like duelist बनना था.
Round probably wouldn't get out of control even if he does lose that fight. It's an extra weapon carried forward and less chances for XLG to do damage. A 2-0 start.
अबे नहीं होता भाई मेरे से fast नहीं बोला जाता.
GE seem to have complete control. Credits come back online. Big buy coming in.
चलो देख लिया B थे. XLG B दी तरफ बात दी हुई है और नक्के देख लिया. सोवा था शॉट डाट आंदे हुए. Smoke आयन जेट ने एंट्री ले ली. और इतने GE दे क्रिस्टल और ज़ेवियर ने एक पिक्स ले लिया. ओमन और जेट मार के इतने एक कॉल पिक ज़ेवियर दी तरफ तो. सोवा था ड्रोन आंदे हुए.
It's going nowhere.
I like that now they put the wall down as
well.
It's
full जोश ते लगा दी हुई.
As if it wasn't problematic enough.
गराज दी तरफ बात दी हुई. के धीरे-धीरे
execution not working.
XLG
starting to see the same troubles again. A composition, you look at the
बंदूक ते 6 गोलियां ने.
You go, okay, on the attack, that should be deadly. It should be where you get the majority of your rounds. Right now,
और इतने
struggling to
Cypher B hold कर दे हुए.
Happyway still alive though.
और इतने Cypher ने बढ़िया पिक लेता थे एंट्री लेंदे हुए अपना अल्ट करके.
Individual
ability.
We're asking a lot here.
The old use, it'll give them indication that they can plant on B. Sure. But from here, Happyway has to have a lot of confidence. Leo's 41
सोवा ने
HP.
प्लांट करता है. सोवा हाफ HP है.
Happyway needs to
And इतने Cypher ने भी अल्ट मारता है ऑटम ने. और एक थोड़ी नियॉन स्लाइड कर क्या दे. पैटमैन ने एक पिक और दूसरा पिक और पैटमैन ने ते G the round. Let's go.
Double the rounds of XLG. A pistol gave them a leg up, but
बहुत बेकार करी ना.
flat in their face ever since.
Yeah, and I think it is going to be a microscope onto some of the players in this game, because it's a very weird scenario, because I think that Ryo has been someone that you look regionally, he is fantastic. Like, he is someone that always seems to step up. When it gets to the international stage, it's looked very different. I think a lot of the time, a lot of these like top 15, top 20 lists, he normally made it, and then nowadays probably not so much. And I think looking at the Coinbase win condition, he is someone I need to see more from, especially with this Phoenix on the attack. Like, they're going to be feeding him orbs. They're going to be setting him up with no man taking space. So I can forgive a little bit more because he's diving headfirst into all of the utility. But if the follow-up is not there, this Phoenix is kind of wasted. You need to be getting kills to earn those extra orbs to get another run it back to get more kills. It all feeds into itself, and the rest of the utility that we've seen hasn't really done anything just yet.
ये वाला ये नहीं दिखाया था. देखो ये वाला दिखाया था.
XLG, when it comes to these buy rounds, like we said, they're not just losing the rounds, they're losing them in a fairly dominant fashion. Even if you look at the timeline, Diffuse in round 6, great. It was 4v2, 5v2 even, and they were given the space by GE.
4 गोली थी. मैंने गलती करी थी.
Instead of just trying to crush them into dust early on. And if XLG are being given no opportunities to get back in, they're going to start grading some.
भाई तो ये देख.
I think the pistol gave them that extra bit of a buffer.
तमीज से नहीं तो कमी उतरेगी.
Understand why the Voya wants to have a little chat with the team. They've already witnessed this get out of control versus their regional rivals in DRG, and
अली भाई तमीज से
GE on a slightly higher pedestal.
XLG pushing it. Let's go. So and Cypher roll कर रहे हैं.
If he had stuck that would have been one of the craziest things I've ever
और
seen
इधर
in my life.
Xavier full form में लगते हुए. भाई इधर 2 पिक्स आते हुए. उडो ने बढ़िया 2 पिक्स लिए हैं सोवा और रोमन के. पर ट्रेड हो गए हैं फिनिक्स के द्वारा.
The second they go for the plant, this is a problem.
एक फ्लैंक और एक सीटी से घुसते हुए और उधर साइफर स्पॉटेड है और इधर डेडलॉक की लोकेशन भी रिवील्ड और ओमन पिक लेते हुए साइफर का.
Yeah, and that's the problem, right? The camera timing on short, when it's activated, didn't catch Patman. He got a timing, and the fact that there's a trip behind, but he's an Omen. So he can easily just teleport past that. It's exactly what they go for. And GE find themselves wrapping up behind very quickly. Despite that, A small blip on the radar is what cost them the round, but they came in with weaknesses. They had Stingers and a Bandit, and they made that look really good. If they got the plant in there as well, Rarga has the ult and a rifle having been recovered. They can go take short, fight back into the site with ease, go deep into the spawn. There's so many options for them. But GE recovered that nicely. That is good, though, to see a little spark of life from XLG on the low buy rounds. All they have to do is bring that same energy into the full buys.
Autumn abhi maan nahi raha.
We have seen a bit of that already with like some of the earlier low buys that they can do damage. It's just, do they now go back to maybe some of the slower, more default rounds? They need to get rid of some of that utility. And wow, Yudatan has at least been caught. I didn't even think he'd get away with one. Unfortunately, that's another sort of cursed moment for WS Leo. He is 1-7, and that Hunter's Fury is not going to play a part in this round.
Well, Rarga used his flashes up to get a little bit of control towards Garage, trying to cause problems for that defense. Create question marks on the map. And for now, at least, G's response is to play much more passive, cover off these angles. They have to watch the walkthrough in the window. They have to be careful of the wraparound on B. And as a result, whenever the fight comes in, they're not going to be in the best position to do anything about it. You look towards this A site, Autumn is completely isolated. He's got two trips though, covering long and a camera, watching for the short walk up. If he gets one and gets out, his job is done, and there's an easy reveal.
और ये बढ़िया pick Autumn की तरफ से, but गलत.
There for another. Now XLG are heating up, and the A site plant is locked in.
They found the weaker site. Well, they know exactly where Crystal is as well.
क्या Crystal कल की तरह अपना round निकाल सकता है 1v3? कलेस निकाला था Crystal ने. क्या throttle ये round निकलेगा Crystal से?
Previous team facing off against him, but with no spams being found. In fact, they're only found the other way. Lysor to close things out with a triple. And a third round found for XLG after the pause.
Yeah, great opening pick as well, setting a player up top box and one down a little bit lower, makes it almost impossible for an AWP to get a pick and get out of there, regardless of who they're playing. On the Neon even more so at that little prime time to get ready for the sprint. Yudatan found his pick, but he got punished immediately. XLG get control off of that, then hit a lighter A site and shred every defender that was trying to flood back through. Very nice round for the attack side.
तो जी
showing us that can't get the work done when it comes to those buy rounds. They don't use everything either coming through here with the Hunter's Fury. Still that Blade Storm in the back pocket.
वो मैच हक देते हैं तो कैसे करती है जी ये तो भाई शॉट की बताएं किसी भी शॉट से बात करने का मौका मिले हमें तो समझेगा.
Their Sova got eliminated immediately, so they are going to start doing that and maybe just go for a more direct.
आज जी full dominate करने के मूड में है, जैसे कि आप देख सकते हैं Xavier और Batman full form में लग रहे हैं, पर Xavier मर गए.
XLG, this is something that was mentioned on the desk, gaps, weaknesses towards this A site. And XLG been running into numbers there, and it doesn't even seem to matter. Definitely feels like the attack has cracked the code to getting the spike planted, and now in the post plant. Hunter's Fury is there.
और यार
Cypher
ने
it's not likely to be used, and they've lost Happyway. And all coming in on the back lines means they fight forward, and No Man brings the heat for the triple. At this point, the 1v3 is probably the best outcome, but he's got to be quick. 30 HP, a stray shot to take him down. Okay, Yudatan makes it out, AWP is saved, but XLG, they are closing this gap round by round.
Yeah, they're starting to see some of those individuals come online. I think No Man's definitely had some quieter series throughout the tournament so far, but the fact that he's heating up, the dash into enemies and managing to get a double kill, it puts them one away from their opponents. And for the defense, they are going to be able to keep that operator in hand and get a rebuy into the next round, but I wonder where's the moment maybe we see a pause on their side, because if the momentum starts to flip, or more so if they've just found the gap, that weaker side, because even with the Sentinel in play and some clear knowledge that it would be a push into that A site,
G A site stack
though, they're just going to stack up that side of the map.
And B open che.
G looking for a bit of control early with that operator. The smoke makes it a bit more annoying for them. It still seems like they'll get some control for XLG.
और XLG को XLG ने खबर है कि C पर कोई न थी पर ऑटम यहाँ नहीं होगा ऑटम में हगास करता हूँ
They don't have a small, guys. I play OT. Both B players. I play OT, guys. I run already. Go hold them. Don't let them safe up. You all have up. No, let me pick.
नहीं यहाँ सोआ कॉल आपे छे कि होल्ड मारा मिस
Well, you might have a couple of picks for Crystal and Uditan in the end, but that only confirms that they saved their rifles for XLG, showing that A side isn't the only one they know how to get into.
In our rifle save करे छे
and it's working.
खबर
I like
नहीं
the
शो
fact that they
करवा
go for
मांगे छे
deeper aggression as well, sensing that it wasn't being as well defended.
और यहाँ XLG ने राउंड मारी गई छे
This is looking like a much more well-rounded XLG attack side.
Yeah, I think especially the fact that they are just now getting more aggressive and challenging.
अभी
for some of
मैं
the
भूल
close
गया
calls.
हूँ भाई
I think
गुजराती
when you have a composition like this, if you sit passive, you just don't
मेरे
really
गुजराती में
have
ना
the ability
80
on
में
those
से
duelists
69
to
आए थे
apply additional time. But just being disruptive, and I'm
स्कूल
starting to
में
notice that a lot of what
10th में
G is trying to do on
उसके
the
बाद
defense,
तो
rather
ली
than
नहीं
actually
थी
playing into those retakes,
ली थी
which
पता
in
नहीं
some
याद
of the
नहीं
earlier rounds was actually working for them.
12th में
They're
आया था
making hero plays to try and save a teammate that's isolated. Like Patman especially, I think this has been a bit of a flaw at times in his game where he wants to try and win the round and sometimes ends up being the one to throw it away. But it was a gamble to try and make a play to help out his teammate on the site rather than almost lean into some of those retakes.
Yeah, we saw him run out of garage. Who's that? Another direct play from XLG. This time more numbers and utility waiting for them. Hunter's Fury still draws first blood. And Crystal's thinking about emerging from that smoke, but he'll never make it close. Rarka's Spadman through, great flash on backside and rumbling is the current state of the defensive side. The jump over is even going to be potentially heard, and yes, Happyway did right. Okay. Oh, either way, he gets it right in the end. The op of Uditan again should be denied the ability to save. XLG wanted to stop him last time, and a couple of picks later they gave up, but this time the net is already cast so wide. Happyway is sat on the A side. He's about to have a freebie, you have to think. Uditan is clearing it though. And he gets the shot. All right, fair enough. He's earned that op.
All lucky or devil चाल की हाल
time over the last couple of rounds, but he's never been in position, and unfortunately, wrong place, wrong time once more. Cleaning up on that XLG side, and I have to say, I'm not sure what was said in the polls, be it to be that little bit more aggressive, be more direct, but Avoya has definitely made a difference, because I think after round 6 he took the pause, round 7 was an eco, and then from then onwards they've won every single round.
Well, one more to play for after a 5-round streak from GE. Their lead has been taken over by XLG, and there's a chance that they could be trailing at the halftime, fighting to be even Stevens. We move into the next, and that's a little
Crystal का crazy shot Guardian से रारगा को रुला के घर भेज दिया है। नहीं यार रूडो आप ऐसे नहीं कर सकते, but इधर बैटमैन को ले लिया है ओमन की तरफ से ही।
Autumn not able to find anything. Operator going to be swinging in. It's not even needed. They are winning every single battle on the XLG side, and Crystal's ult is available, but it's one that only really works with reduced numbers.
इधर ऑटम स्पॉटेड है और ऑटम को निकाल लिया है साइफर डिफ देते हुए और इधर 5-7 half time
from the position they were at. XLG have climbed right back into this game.
This has been an excellent resurgence from XLG. Like you said, 5 and 2 down. They dug deep. They found solutions across the map. They played a clean game, and individuals are starting to heat up and look confident. It definitely seems like GE could be in danger, and you know what? It is a good day to be an XLG fan, at least here in half number 1. There is plenty more Valorant to come, but you know, speaking about XLG having a good old time, we're going to go down to the stage where we've got a very special interview standing by. We've got someone called Laxi, XLG's mascot.
Laxi, you look Stunning. Thank you very much, Heffa. Laxi is here, our XLG mascot. She's here to tell us more about the new map that's going to be revealed on June 21st. What can you tell us, Laxi? I did not know you could do that on a map. That is insane. I'm more excited than ever. Can you tell us anything about what inspired this map, Laxi? Wow. Literally mark it in your calendars right now, June 21st. We've got an epic show match on the cards before the grand finals. Laxi, are you going to be playing in the match? Laxi's got a hair appointment, but it's fine because she'll be watching from the makeup chair. Thank you so much, Laxi. Thank you so much, XLG.
आजा VC आजा.
Yeah, I actually also have the hair appointment that day.
Oh, okay. You're both going.
मैंने तेरे को इतना टैग मारा भाई. Can't available भाई.
Blue.
My favorite team. All right, 7-5. XLG, they've got the lead at the halftime. An impressive streak matching what GE put forward with 5 rounds of their own. Now the lead is theirs and a chance to take it to GE on their own map pick. Remember, Global Esports wanted to take Haven into the map pool, perhaps thinking that it was a weakness for XLG, who struggled against their regional rivals. But you know what?
ठीक है अली भाई. याद रखूँगा. कोई सीन नहीं.
XLG looking like they came here to play. They're not far away from winning.
Yeah, unfortunately, it does seem like they're a little bit cursed with their map choices. It happened yesterday. They were able to turn the series around, but for their sake, you got to hope.
ये round के बाद दिखाता हूँ.
They've come in with a solid attack side. It's been a rough start to the game for Autumn, someone who was lights out in their series yesterday, but there's still a second half to be played. And the defensive side of this comp can be very difficult. Already, Raga caught. The same can be said for Noman, but he had support on the site. Lysor trying to hold the line, but running out of bullets and what? Didn't have any friends to play with. 2 stand. Can they turn this pistol?
Happyway has been very impressive so far, but Patman's quick to put him in his place, leaving Leo 1 versus 4. You know, it's definitely not in his favor. The deadlock wall certainly doesn't help out. I would say the trip behind, but they certainly already know where he is. That'll be a cleanup for GE and a chance to put things level at 7-7.
Discord पे stream देख रहा है ना?
Yeah, that's the thing. It'll be both teams having a pistol, both teams winning 5 rounds in a row. Talking about them being scrim partners playing against each other regularly, it almost seems like this one's been mapped out, but I also do go in looking at GE on the attack. Like, you kind of expect having that double safety to maybe help you out on the defensive side. But I also do think that a lot of deadlock compositions have potential on the attack, at least to clear angles, make things that little bit more awkward, not leave you with safe space to stand in. So I definitely want to see what ideas they have. It will, however, put a lot of pressure onto Yudotan. Over on that Neon. It's going to have to be that hard entry for the majority of rounds. And at least in this one, a bit of a slower paced default. Of course, maybe even expecting there to be a stack.
Crazy aim ho gaya, bro.
Although I will say at the moment, Autumn is walking directly into it. Of course, he's normally a lurk player. So this kind of what
bro, ding da bhai.
Oh. It's a good thing the wall was in the way.
That's cool.
There.
It didn't look like it was, but you know.
Pretty sure I saw him not get shot in the head and not go down. Autumn finds himself 1, does some damage, loses to Marshall. It is what it is. If anything, confirmation for the rest of the squad that the seaside is the right way to go. The spike can make it there. It's been sprinting ever since he went down. It's just now making it towards the site. Deep position for Batman. This is a big risk, but he should fly under the radar. You never really expect someone to be in a round like this, and it means plenty of kills coming up for Batman.
भाई पैडमैन क्या निकालता है भाई?
I think that's the best thing about it. They kill him, they get a ghost. He's at least delayed them a little bit, and he can give the information over. He even threw down a deeper smoke to go. You need to play into this site from here, and instead he's able to farm them.
7-7 level once again.
For GE, it's not the greatest of bonus rounds, but Patman getting that many additional kills means he can now invest into a Vandal. They will, of course, be coming up against 5 rifles on the other side, though.
Yeah, but you take a look at what GE have to work with for the next. I mean, the money is stacked very high after a light buy in the previous. Oh, Patman! He might have had a big play in the previous round, but this one amounts to nothing. Great response from Leo. XLG have the man advantage to work with. Good stun, but there's a second layer to this defense. Rarga was standing by, and that's completely caught Yuditan off guard. Rarga with another, and the Molly buying more time, allowing them to break this wall or at least have it. XLG have the man advantage to work with. Good stun, but there's a second layer to this defense.
They've done so much damage, though. Harvey is desperately low, but even still, the bullet's not connecting. Not able to get the gun, though. And Harvey is just trying to run for the hills. I think realizing that, yeah, you know what, on 4 HP, planting pretty much anywhere on that site would have been an immediate death sentence. I think, though, he was hoping that maybe they rotate away. That's all he really has, is the element of surprise. And if they just wait and play this together on the XLG side,
30 seconds left.
There is no element of surprise, because at some point he has to plant. And it even seems like they're beginning to make the rotation. Maybe he was hoping for a little bit earlier. They are very close by.
Yeah, the drone gets around in time, so they're not even worried about the gong. They know exactly where he is. And now, well, now it is exactly pinpoint with a reveal up top. They know he hasn't gone to mid. They got there in time to fill in that space. The dots connected. Javi is going to have a sensational performance, and he almost had it. A shot fired at each player. Luckily, they didn't land. XLG are back in the lead.
Yeah, not bad for a bonus round, but I also think it wasn't really the weapons that you expected to do the damage in the bonus round. Patman with one of the only rifles fighting alone, and then Yudotan doing the same. It was definitely a bit of a, I guess, disjointed, more surprise factor style round out from GE, which you can kind of expect in those low buys, but now they come in with the full investment. Rarga will, however, have that run it back online. Definitely still yet to see the level we know we can from Rarga on this Phoenix. But with them being in the lead, I don't think it matters so much.
With them being in the lead, even without seeing it, exactly. The chance for him to have his moment. Doesn't feel too far away. For GE, it's going to have to be great usage of this double sentinel comp while on the attack. It can be hard at times, but it was certainly a period where the double sentinels looked better on the attack side than on the defense across a lot of the regions. Whether they can make it work is a different story.
Cage triggered.
Autumn's going to be spotted outside of A. They have no notion that no man's in this spot. That cage is going to go down very soon, and he could have himself a freebie. He wasn't peeking.
He's just holding the control. Oh, okay. It was a reaction shot from Autumn. Like, you see the swing come out to maybe try and get an individual fight, and Autumn's managed to get the kill, and we even had our own third-person observer for that one, in the form of Harvey. Even still, though, they're walking into what is the Senti setup. The spike on that side, and still spread across the map is the rest of GE. A chance to maybe try and respond over the top of this. Plant not coming in just yet.
Nice Crystal and Batman.
Up for the global esports side.
ये तो फंस गया. मरेगा. निकलते.
Too much in this moment as he was blocked out by all of the utility, and then he's caught in the back by Crystal anyway, who closes it with 3. A flawless round for GE to their attack side by. And guess what? We're level again.
That was a really nice play by Crystal. He decides to play much further behind the pack, deeper into Garage. And the response a lot of the time from that backside has been to put the paranoia through. Lysor fires the paranoia. I think it catches 2 or 3 players, but it doesn't catch Crystal. So once he goes to TP, the man in Garage has clear sight lines on him, takes him down. And that avoided what could have been a really nice fight back from Lysor up on that plat. Instead, 8-8. XLG challenged and forced down to pistols. This should be Global Esports taking themselves the lead.
Yeah. Well, that's going to help.
I
was going to say they've always been pretty good in these rounds, but when you have that mid trap and lose a player so early on A, there has to be that little itch scratching your brain that you need to rotate off of this mid control. But now, though, they are sticking around, and there is potential for an isolated fight.
Cage triggered.
Looking at Patman as the one, because he does like, even in low buys, Patman, I feel like he likes to make some audacious plays, but for now, at least, oh no, they're running back.
Yeah, they've gone to the players on A. A space has been taken there, but the problem is the spike has to make it across already. One pickup for XLG. This early push getting them in a really nice position. Crystal's made it out. Wall behind as well, just to contain. And a 4v3 from this spot doesn't look too bad for GE.
30 seconds
It got
left.
a bit scary, and Argo will heal up a little bit. Happyway's managed to find one. Even damage here would be nice, but we're starting to see the step up of Autumn. Okay, Patman. Both of these players are in a bit of a shaky spot, but never mind. Autumn there to save the day. After a very slow start to the game as well, he's now level. And GE find themselves back in the lead again.
Yeah, that's 4-1 in this half for XLG. It was a solid start, as we said, with the 2-0 up on the pistol. But they took a while to get into that first half. 5-round streak from GE that they had to fight back through. Now, GE get another very successful early half. This time, the pistol added to the equation. And if this keeps on going, XLG are going to run out of time, out of runway very, very quickly. Calling for a timeout here. We're going to take a moment.
Well, you remember what happened in the last half. He took a timeout, they played one eco round, and then they won 5 rounds in a row. So
yeah, it's the eco. Yeah, you're right.
I would say Voya's pause so far in this series have been pretty good. Obviously, it is only the first of the lot. And for the second, he kind of needs to have the same amount of impact. But this time, it's going into a buy round. You've got the operator that will be coming up for No Man as well. You're going to have the
Watchparty करके सो जाऊंगा भाई.
My one worry is, even though there's a Hunter's Fury on both sides, I'm looking at that deadlock ult. I feel like on attack especially, you can, even if you don't hit anyone, you can clear a ridiculous amount of angles with that ultimate, and especially if you are running like a solo Cypher setup, which we have seen in quite a lot of rounds, double duelist solo Cypher. If that Cypher gets caught, you're almost screwed off rip.
Let's see if XLG have figured this one out here on the defense. Flash in the pan, winning the 3rd round, but that's how you expect that early half to go. Anti-eco is all they've got under their belt. An immediate idea from Crystal to pop the ultimate, closing the distance towards this A site. Target selection here, it's going down below. That's a perfect hit. Ragar's going to be caught. Let's listen into this chaos.
Can you plant? Get ready. Kill, get. Kill, can you plant? Yeah. Find you, kill.
He's fine. Not for long, guys.
Guys, listen.
Long and short plan.
Guys, I have flash,
I can watch Heaven on camera, okay?
Yeah. I have ulti, guys.
I have Heaven on cam. I have CT also. I have the stun. They're not come out yet. Probably gonna save.
Yeah, they save.
Go take them.
They had money.
You don't pick, don't pick.
This is kind of exactly what I was talking about, isn't it? They get the opener with the ultimate, they get into the post plant. Now, I will say, this time they actually went into the heavier stack site, but because 2 players were isolated out and there was only 1 player in, there was no chance for breaking that ult. I also, there's one small detail that I really like from Crystal, and that is he did not buy a rifle this round. Because I see so many players running in with that deadlock ult, and they just get shot in the face. So you've just thrown away credits. He goes, I know I'm going to do that. I know I'm going to run straight in. I'm just going to buy a stinger. And then
9-8 चल रहा है, 10-8 चल रहा है, sorry.
It's given them a little economic boost. It's given them an opener. And well, they're going to try and take the guns away, and there is Crystal with that rifle. He's going to manage to take down No Man with the op.
It's funny seeing the guys in the middle of the board right now, Crystal, but his impact in every map is tangible, and then sometimes he just pops up with like a close 30 bomb.
XLG के पास तो वही नहीं है,
Such a
भाई
valuable
नहीं है,
player to have.
ये round
Thinking
भी
back
GE
to
का है.
yesterday, it was the Pearl up against Full Sense, right, where he managed to
रहेगा कुछ, I don't know.
players in 1 round. This guy has been a menace.
हाँ अकेला. अकेला ही तो. अबे ठीक है भाई, मेरे को किसी के भरोसे नहीं जीना.
When he was on XLG, of course, in the tier 2, the import rule is 2. When you get to tier 1, it goes down to 1.
आप क्या कर सकते हैं भाई सबको अपना अपना अलग अलग करना है तो भाई
They chose Raga.
किसी को बोल तो नहीं सकते
So now he has the chance to send them packing himself, send the players, send the org that didn't decide to keep him, and what Happy Way under serious pressure here, but he is going to survive.
One of the two rifles for XLG, but they've pushed him off the site. He'll be ready for the retake.
Save round तो है
scars from that earlier
क्या
Here we go. Wall broken.
हाँ अभी तो 11-8 हो जाएगा
Attempted as well by No Man. Updraft used already to get over the trip. This is dangerous. Everybody from G is focused on the site. They have no idea that No Man's here. He updrafted just as they stepped out of range. But now there's a smoke down on long. He can't fight.
भाई but backstab.
It's completely easy for GE. Everything going their way until it's down.
भाई बच गए
Fail somehow to get
Crystal
40 HP in it. That flank had the potential to
nah
change
bro
the game,
Crystal
but
ने
they
बचा
got
लिया
just
भाई
enough done before he arrived.
Give me the crystal replay right now. Give me what he was doing.
हाँ होता है ना neon लेते हैं
Oh, if I saw that across the stage, I'd be so mad. I do like the adaptation from GI. I think they started to realize that they were completely trapped.
हाँ ना whiff कर दिया भाई tilt कर रहे भाई उधर
Thank you for that replay. My man is having a great time and climbing up that board. 11-8.
tilting हो रही है
This attack side has started to run away like the first half, but it hasn't stopped. That's the difference. Well, being their map choice, expectation was that it would go in the direction of GE, but it didn't look that way. Okay, TP from
what the hell भाई
Raga's gonna immediately just send his ult through, caught by the stun. Nice. Made sure that didn't go any further.
B मिल गया
Again,
Let's
it feels
go.
like every round Crystal has that high impact. Lifethor, what a shot!
भाई क्या मारा भाई उसने
GE find themselves a man down, facing into the operator. It's only going to get worse, and now Blade Storm's activated. No Man is not losing this round. Not if he has anything to say about it. Leo, it's easy. As
कोई बात नहीं
37 health on
1v3
Javi. Managed to avoid the spray from Leo, but the shot from No Man's a different story. 11 for GE, but now 9 for XLG. The gap is closing slowly.
Yeah, not too far behind, and a faster pace
NRG तो
attempt in
बढ़िया
that
team
round
है भाई
initially from GE. It felt like when that didn't go to plan, the backup plan was just to try and retreat back into the B site, and it looked like XLG from start to finish were well aware, especially after the run it back. Even if you get caught,
और ये तूने ये clip देखी मेरी
the operator of No Man finally able to find a couple of targets as well. And again, we're going to see that pressure put towards C from them. They're going to know early that it isn't this side of the map. It's just how early the G decide to go the other way, or are they going to walk back?
ये वाली देखी
अभी मैंने वही देखी थी जिसमें तूने स्मोक के आर पर मारा था
operator.
ये वाली
Thankfully, I don't think anyone's rounding that corner before the drone clears it. And the op shot fired
तो
gives
ये
the game away. 2 players spotted. XLG know, actually 3. They know that Sova was close as well, but they're not ready for Uniton to just walk in.
What?
I'm so perplexed. They had so much information. They saw him step forward when last they looked, and moments later, they're blindsided by a man that.
भाई रुला रही भाई जी रुला रही भाई
and well,
there was no follow-up.
I'm not sure what the idea was there, but well, styling on him hasn't worked out. The flank has though.
Bottom
A great
भाई
round from Uniton. I will say, the fact that it seemed like he also knew 2 players were there and just went for it. There was no teammate anywhere even
अरे ये मैच ही
close.
अपना है bro
Like, look at the map. It's mental that he just went, all right, I'm just going to win this round for the team.
There was an op there. Like, that
इसके
is
बाद
I
split
completely
है
agree. A crazy repeat to go for.
उसके बाद breeze
That
है
is literally a man who doesn't give a damn. Like, that is what I've just witnessed. Well, you know, he's having a
split
good
का यार
laugh
कुछ
about
कह
it
नहीं
because
सकते
he
भाई
has just won them the round.
नहीं इसके बाद
That's gotta
लोटस
be
है
infuriating
सॉरी
as
माय
well
बैड
for XLG. You have the right setup to stop
लोटस
him,
तो पता
and
नहीं
you just get wrecked.
Oh, there's no table strong enough to survive the bash that it's getting after that one. For XLG. Oh no, the barrel pointing through for Autumn. He's been sold down the river, and that's at least going to be the man advantage for XLG in a crucial round. Ult used by GE. They get space. They find the C site. But XLG are waiting as well. They still have a camera for when they go for the retake. What they won't have is Raga.
Batman. Hello, Batman.
Happyway's not in a bad position, but it definitely seems like they know there could be a player here. Even still, though, Leo's done well. Trade back as well, putting it into a more advantageous position. A singular kill will get Harvey his ult, but they are being flanked again. Of course, all of that side utility is gone. Well, so is Yudotan as well. Harvey needs a clutch for the ages, but he's already managed to. He's being revealed and flanked, but the fight in front's a little bit ahead. Also gets the
नहीं भी बोला था भाई Zervit निकालेगा, but flank भाई.
Shouldn't have even been close. Well, you know, he makes it look pretty good.
नहीं भाई Autumn भाई आज पता नहीं क्या है.
Thankfully, he didn't have 2 targets to deal with. 12 to 10 and 2 chances. Again, though, with how this started for XLG, I love the setup they
Discord
went for.
Discord पे
so smart to just tuck in. Here's some utility being placed, but doesn't jump the gun. Waits for his teammate to take a
चालू
bite,
कर दे
and then he's
YouTube
there to
वाला.
catch the player.
इसको
He's
Discord पे
trying
दे.
to trade onto his buddy. Very nicely done.
I love the it was very close. It was very close from Harvey, but they are again. It is only down to 2 rounds. This half especially has felt very good.
Outlaw. Look at the outlaw buy from Yudotan. It's nasty. He's just been wall banged through that wall on long down to 55, but he's going to be able to one-shot hit anybody except for Lysor.
And Happyway has no shields. So I guess clearly the credits on the other side of it have really been brought low just by the amount of damage that was done by Harvey in the last round. Even still, though, G set up with multiple ultimates. They're just waiting. Especially with this double duelist, you expect aggression. You expect someone eventually to have to go looking for information. Come on, there it was. They didn't quite manage to catch the kill.
It's only a matter of time before someone faces Yudotan. The spike making it back to the seaside. Here comes the peak off the back of the Hunter's Fury. They're trying to force players out of position, and they've done that. But Crystal was the one to fall. A nice shot by No Man, and that's immediately got G to cancel this push and look elsewhere. But meeting up with Autumn might not be the play. Well, that's an awkward reveal. They're not fully pushed up short. That's good information from Leo to have, I suppose.
20 seconds left. Time ticking down. Raga in position, but he's lost his teammate. Now he's the only one remaining on this side, but he gets support from above. Shutting it down, at least for now. 10 seconds for the remaining players of G to get in, and they find both kills. No Man, he maybe just needs to survive.
जीत गए. ठीक है भाई, जी ले गई भाई. 20 सेकंड में राउंड ले गई. That's off.
Go in with a lead for the second.
A 13 to 10.
भाई क्या लेके गई है भाई.
A close matchup in the end. XLG came through. They started to heat up after a bit of a slow start, but now only embers remain of what could have been a strong opening.
नॉर्मल है 5 सेकंड का.
Lotus after the break.
नहीं 5 सेकंड का ही है. हाँ तो स्ट्रीम का ऑडियो ऑफ करना. जिसको YouTube वाली.
Yep, that's me. You're probably wondering how I ended up here. It all started when I got to the FIFA World Cup and wow, thousands of Verizon customers.
कहाँ लगा के बैठा हूँ sponsor?
I'm with amazing seats. I'm sorry. Okay. And even pitch side
मतलब?
Are you? David Beckham, a Verizon customer.
This used to be for players. Now it's for
Red
Verizon
Bull है.
customers. No one gets you closer. Only on Verizon.
In esports, legendary moments demand speed, scale, and soul. Players and fans.
हाँ भाई फ्री में स्पॉन्सर देता हूँ चीजें.
Every frame, every stat.
भाई Red Bull पियो स्ट्रीम देखो.
In partnership with the Valorant champions.
अगर Red Bull वाले देख रहे हैं तो फिर मैं फ्री में स्पॉन्सर भी करता हूँ.
Empowers the esports ecosystem to keep expanding. So players can focus on the game and fans can focus on the moment.
मैं करता हूँ.
Just only $2,000.
नहीं अभी मेरे को नहीं चाहिए अभी कुछ. तुम बस
important that we all take a moment to just cleanse our chakras as we get tense watching our favorite teams here at Valorant Masters London. So these guys have volunteered to show you guys how it's done. We're going to drink as fast as possible down the line. Starting with you, sir. 3, 2, 1.
ये देख ये वाला clip देख.
Just to clarify, it is water. You're meant to drink it, not a wet t-shirt competition. That's it. Brilliant. Okay, just one side slightly soggy than the other. Keep going. Chug, 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 chug. No. Yes. Now this gentleman started drinking before literally the most professional.
You can have any 5 days
water. Oh, and this is also smooth. I'm loving the windbreak. Oh, okay, I spoke too soon. I'm so sorry. I jinxed you. Yes.
Throttle भाई ने सवाल पूछ लिया है मुझे.
Let's do what your team couldn't and win here at Masters London. Sorry, Fnatic fans, I love you. Here we go. This is like a slow, steady, nervous drink. It was nearly flawless, but not quite. I'll call that one a thrifty. And here we go, Pine Grove. Oh, wow. There are no winners here at the hydration station. There's only healthy habits, but if I had to crown a winner,
पहला 4 second
this gentleman.
फिर एक आसपास
Get back into the game.
फिर अपना एक वो रहेगा. I will take 10s. फिर 3 हो गए ना. और एक जिंक्स उसको जिंक को ले लूंगा और एक 5वां अपना मेरे को नाम नहीं याद आ रहा यार उसका कल की जो टीम में था कौन सा प्लेयर था उसका नाम नहीं याद आ रहा यार प्रीमी हाँ आसपास स्टैंस 4 second प्रीमी एंड पैटमैन तू अभी जो खेल रहे हैं उनकी बात करेगा
हाँ मतलब जो अभी है अवेलेबल
हाँ
या
अभी जो है तो उनकी बात करें
एक्टिव में बात करें ना एक्टिव प्लेयर्स
तो मैं अपने टेंस को हटा के बोस्टर को लूंगा So my lineup will be Poster 4 second Batman
Jen here with Frost of Global Esports.
Congratulations
Frost. Back and forth, but you guys took the map. What are you planning to emphasize?
Total भाई बड़ी
We need to listen to each other a little bit. We had about 4 ults there for a couple rounds on attack, and everyone had like a different idea. And none of the ults were going to work together. So I think we just need to like hone in on one idea, follow the plan, we should be fine.
Okay, I'm gonna let you go. Thank you, and go tell them.
यार मेरे को something का idea नहीं यार. Something तो something ही खेलता रहेगा फिर मेरे हिसाब से.
Probably a little bit stressful for global esports throughout that map there, but at this point game plan's been set.
अगर तू एक extra man रखना चाहता है तो I will take something.
Yeah, for sure. I love how Frost is never happy. That is how I like my coaches, because there's always room to improve. So I love that attitude from him. I think that G had that double senti comp, and they like, it's what I call a checkmate comp. If you don't know how to play against it, it's miserable.
उसको कैसे भूल गया मैं?
He had the great plans today. They weren't taking map control. They weren't faking out the sentinels. They weren't breaking the utility. There was a nice timeout that came in later from Havoya, but it was essentially just a very simple, let's just go A and try and win there, and that worked. But yeah, I think that tough loss for XLG.
Yeah, thankfully that timeout that came in though kind of helped them even up at the half towards towards that half there, and then
extra man में second.
Yeah, it's one of those ones where
नहीं
you're looking at global esports and you're starting to look at the individuals here now stepping up when it really matters most. You know, considering that elimination is on the line today.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, XLG did have good timeouts, but overall, Global Esports reading that much better. And there's a player that we've been talking about a lot. It's Patman. Yesterday, we're like, we need to put out the Pat signal, but it sounds like he's come and, you know, put on his Pat suit and he's ready to go.
Yeah, he was a key player in a lot of these holds, I feel like. Of course, they had the Sentinel utility on the extremities, and then he was just running around, doing his thing, flooding into these sites, anchoring really well. And that's the Pat I love to see.
It's a good sign that Pat is turning up, because I think that as much as it's great that kind of these other players that we've highlighted, Crystal and Yudatan and the likes, I think that Global Esports just feel like a completely different team when you actually have the more experienced players,
like
such as
though,
Pat, being able to
guys.
show up on the stage.
Like new
Yeah, it helps so much. You know, together he's sharing the calling with the IGL Javi, and I think this is what we want to see. You know, how they communicate together.
Yeah, I think we've been highlighting players that we don't usually see on GE stepping up. If you have Crystal stepping up, Yudatan stepping up, Autumn doing his thing, and then Patman playing like he was in Pacific, this team has got firepower and danger if they win today going into the playoffs.
Yeah, that's right. And you know, that's why some of us have them going to top
भाई वो
4.
मैं बताऊँ अगर मेन कोई ऑप्शन होगा
jokes
तो मैं
aside,
बनाऊंगा
I
गेम
do think
चेंजर्स
this
के
is one of the dark
ठीक है
horse teams of the
और
tournament.
गेम
And again,
चेंजर्स
while
में मैं
some of them are on the
खिलाऊंगा
global stage for the very first time,
नहीं
a
फ्लोरेसेंट
lot of the players have a lot of experience. And it's just so
Bob,
interesting now that
Sarah,
we're seeing how
Stray,
different teams who are so familiar with each other
Aurora.
are reading each other.
हमारे
And now
इंडिया
it's
से
Lotus.
गौतम भाई कैसे
I'm very
हो?
curious
लोगों की लाइन
how
अप
this is
खिलाएंगे
going to be panning out. The last time Global Esports
निकाल
played
इधर से।
Lotus, the last 2 times,
और
it
इजी
wasn't
ट्रॉफी
great.
लेके आएंगे
It was against Paper X though, so maybe there's a case for that.
Yeah, Paper's pretty good. Pretty good at Lotus, so I'll give them a free pass. But the interesting thing was G were playing the exact same composition XLG were playing.
Yeah, they
so
yoinked it.
yoinking the triple centi
They
comp.
literally yoinked it.
So you can tell that they are scrim partners and they were practicing it. Didn't really work out. But I do want to hear what the XLG coach has to say ahead of map 2.
Here with Coach Huvoya of XLG. Huvoya, 10-13 was the score line. What was supposed to happen on Haven for you guys that kind of didn't happen?
I think we gave too much control for the Cypher because he was solo taking a lot of zones, same as Patman when he was playing Omen. I think we should take a little bit more deep space in defense. And overall, we just maybe panic in the crucial situation, but I think we are doing much better than yesterday. So let's see how Lotus goes.
All right, thank you so much, and let's head back to the server.
Okay, would you guys agree with that? They're doing much better than yesterday? Because that's what Coach
क्या
I mean,
लगता है?
I also really agreed with his
Can
reads
we
there.
have
It seems like Huvoya is
Lotus?
always giving good answers. It's just that maybe sometimes the execution in the server isn't
भाई
there.
मेरे
On
को
that defense, they should have been taking a
थोड़ा
lot of
chill
space.
रहना
The attack side there didn't have lots of utility. So I think that there's always a little bit of perception coming out from him. It's just whether the team can execute on it or not.
Well, we were talking about Lotus just now, and you were saying that Global Esports, the last time they played this, they were lifting XLG's comp. Didn't work out. Do you think this is going to come back out again today? Because again, when you're playing like a team, like XLG is a very different team than Paper X on Lotus.
GE, I don't know. I can never guess what they're going to come up with. The fact that they've played the comp knows that they should know some of the weaknesses. Yeah. They did lose 13-4 though, so maybe they really do know the weaknesses.
GE. I think they've changed composition like 3 times on this single map alone, never mind what they changed from week to week. And that's what I was kind of talking about as we went into that last agent select, is how sustainable is that, especially at a global event. And it looks as though they are going to steer away from the triple Sentinel mini and instead going for that triple
Sky, Batman,
Losing the Paper X. Yeah, we'll just say
Sky,
that.
Omen, Jet, Twice,
playing XLG's
and Race.
When Paper X are running this composition, so maybe it's going to be a very Paper X heavy strategy from them.
Yeah, I mean, I'm intrigued to see those anti-strats come through. We've spoken about how great they are in doing that, but I think Autumn being on the Jet is a key component for me. We spoke to him yesterday about transitioning from that
triple
Sentinel
senti
mindset
खेल
into
रहे हैं
something
लोग.
like an entry. We saw it on the Phoenix
XLG.
yesterday. We're seeing it on the Jet today.
I'm not sure how GE are going to go around the map and breaking all this utility. Their composition is all in. So maybe it's the strategy is just ignore the walls, dive over them, and get in the face of XLG.
Well, it seems to be working really so far, especially on Haven. We saw rounds like that getting in their face and catching them off guard, even though they do know each other so well. Well, Global Esports is 1 map away to qualifying to playoffs. Let's see if XLG can bring it back as we send it back to our casters.
Thank you, Victoria. XLG certainly putting on a better face when it comes to Haven, and now they come to a map where, well, we've seen them challenge NRG not too long ago. They didn't win it.
Let's go, guys.
Very close affair. I think my hopes are definitely high that we can get a third map out of this one.
Yeah, I'm definitely
मैं मुंबई से वैलो खेलना बंद कर रहा हूँ. मेरा गेमप्ले खराब हो रहा है.
A comp that they were running. And I've learned in life trying to copy Paper X is a gamble and a half. We'll see if it works out for them. Ooh, the smoke they got. Well, Happyway has just met almost the entirety of the opposing team. One player has just been stuck behind the wall, by the way, all the way back towards the spawn, and they are still looking to fight even further forward. Lysor is waiting.
Now
that he's seen the aggression, that's where GE decide to go back.
Well, GE are now looking to fight.
भाई उड़ो को पड़ते हुए दो जन.
So many. XLG should walk out of here with a lot of kills, and in fact, they
नहीं
very much do. A 1-0 start for the defensive side. And again, this is where they were putting on a very good show up against NRG on the defense. Starting out with a pistol. Definitely a good sign.
Yeah, for sure. Like you go back to even before
उसने
playing
तो
against
पूछा अली भाई कैसे
regionally,
हो?
once they started playing this comp, I think it was 3 different appearances. They lost 9 rounds total. So I think it was a 13-2, a 13-0, a 13-7. So this is a composition that teams in China at least will have been trying to beat and failing. And short, GE obviously will have come in and they know their scrim partner, they know the comp, they know what's coming. Doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to have the ability to beat it. Already though. A 5 Spectre buy. It means that, I'd say at least on the A side, there's some vulnerabilities in this weapons range. But on the rest of the map, on B and C, you can play a lot of close angles. And of course, in this round, they're not up against much.
Well, yeah, those Spectres are going to shred anybody that they come up against. As long as they can get those first shots off. Nice paranoia. There's not going to be much a chance for you to even make it out alive. That said, he survives a little longer, gets traded out on. Not bad damage if they can get a few more. That looks questionable. Okay, Javi's done well. Oh, Javi's done very well. He was caught there by the net and Crystal. Now has a chance. Still just a classic to work with, and no man will get him in the end. But you know, Tom, when you come in with 5 Spectres, you don't want to be getting out with just 2.
Yeah, no, you kind of expect that to almost come home as a relatively clean round when your opponents had nothing to play with. But it was just Javi at the side that made that one incredibly costly. It means there's not going to be a lot to play with here, other than, of course, the bounds of utility that are available for XLG. And I will say, going into this map, something that does excite me is seeing Autumn back on the duelist. I think over the last couple of days, that has been where he truly shines. Already some aggressive space taken, a bit of a shaky fight initially, and in fact, Lysor has been able to bring this back. I was going to say an even scenario, but eventually Patman caught him.
Yeah, with 2 pistols left to try to take these fights on such a big map as well, it's going to be hard to find any value. XLG, though, have Happyway's utility covering off C. They've got a camera outside that's going to very deep control. And a lot of utility sat on the B side, albeit without no man. 2 of those sensors won't do anything. So really, all they have to worry about is the A site. All they have to worry about is Leo taking a fight. But tucked in this corner, there is the... No, they're going to check it. Of course they are. Autumn first around the corner, nicely done, and now planting the 3v1.
Happyway.
Primo आई है.
It now comes down to damage, and if he continues on this trajectory,
Phantom आ रही है ना? आ गई क्या?
There is still a wall in play, and there you go with it being tripped immediately. They know that they can take towards the spawn. Just look at Crystal. He's already walked all the way back around. And is just watching in case he comes back through B. The rest of the players can just hold on to the cross. It becomes incredibly difficult. Now, the one good thing about Happyway is he's found a rifle. Has enough to buy into the next round, but also he can start to question, do I just want to hold on to this gun instead?
Well, exits would be very valuable for him, but has one outcome, and one outcome only. 2-1. And look, Again, this is the early half we expect. You win the pistol, you win the follow-up anti-eco, and now you come into this, the bonus, and lose it. It all goes as expected.
एक बूंद से सागर
For XLG, we know that in buy rounds, when the footing is even, they have a very good chance after what we saw up against NRG. So this round is really
वही आ गया है बंडल भाई इसमें से मेरे पास प्राइम बंडल है प्योर ऑपरेटर है 50%
In fact, the blast packs got Unitron there. The TP got Patman in there. To this fight on GE's side, there's a lot more bodies than they might expect here, though.
This is the benefit of this comp, and already Unitron walking into angles has managed to find a couple. In fact, that's his third
for
of the
the
round
reason why he दूसरा round भी आते हुए हाथ में
with a couple of low enemies. Had a chance, but
they're
both just waiting. They're almost just trying to bait. They're making sounds while not giving anything away, like maybe trying to get him to keep looking. Well, Crystal maybe just a little bit early on that one. But they can now just rotate back in the other direction. Raga given slightly more of an opportunity. Actually, that's Rez.
Yeah, but Crystal hasn't fled the scene. Instead, he's still waiting on the A side. He'll find himself the close of the round, the second for GE, and the lead no longer in XLG's hands.
Solid round from Unitron as well. Oh yeah. By isolation, some of that individual brilliance.
8000 का तो बंडल है.
Saw especially in the series versus Leviathan. They will now equal. That is an early pause. Lose 2 rounds and immediately going to be seeing a pause called by XLG. That is definitely a surprise. Of course, we know that this defense can be needing to sort of really put up rounds on this side. And I will say, the one thing I do like about this composition in terms of facing off against XLG is that elevation that you can take. Like, even if you go in towards the C site and maybe you have the Sage Wall, you have a load of stuff blocking you, 3 of the players can get through in some manner. 2 a little bit more easier than the rest. And I think that's why this kind of works, because you are basically going, what is the crux of this composition that is irritating? It's the fact that we can't take space. Okay, let's go into 4 more rounds. We're already in a bad spot.
Yeah, I agree with you entirely. Seeing that pause out early is unusual. You won't see it a lot. Usually it means the game plan from top to bottom is not working and something drastic needs to change. For XLG, adjustments made, hopefully, but this will not be the round that, well, at least the majority of the time that we see the reward found for any of their labor. GE have full rifles. They have ults to fall back on. Even if you can get one of those out of them, it could be a win. The Seekers, perhaps, the most likely, or the Phantom should be an easy follow-up from GE and an opportunity to take the lead as they're up against just a couple of pistols. No shot. This weapon in Autumn's hand, very, very dangerous indeed. But I like what XLG are doing, just sitting back and setting traps, waiting for GE to step into.
Primo तो अच्छी है भाई. Primo के कोई भी skin ले भाई तो worth it है भाई.
Makes all of those positions nowhere near as valuable. This is the thing. You might look at that and go, hey, they got an ult out of them. But when they have as many as they do, you almost want to cycle them a little bit. Having all 5 online is almost a waste at times. And if it makes a round like this cleaner, helps you build those credits up, that holds a lot more value than just having all of those ults for the next round.
Yeah, as much as you want to have Seekers to go into a site with the showstopper, you also have the Skydog. Should help out.
Nope.
Just to find that information to point the rocket in the right direction. Lysort, if they didn't already hear the bookie firing early, they certainly know what they're up against now, seeing that smoke bloom. But for Lysort, we can see his chances of getting any kills are fairly low. Going down to the spike is his play, and well, even if he goes towards spawn, he'll die. Who does have the showstopper already, so it's not the end of the world. A little bit of cash.
That's kind of the funny thing is, like, I was looking at Autumn, like, it almost tempted to go into that smoke. It's like, no, you have ult. Everybody other than Patman has ult, who needs 1 ult. In you fighting this anymore. Let him keep the bucky if he wants to. And while in the end, Unitron's position is enough. Lead taken by GE. But this really is looking like a swing round. 4 ultimates well, almost online for both sides, but 4 already on the XLG side. Buy back up after the pause, which was where we saw the turnaround in the first half of the last map. And I wonder if they're going to maybe play a slightly more passive game, force their opponents to execute, but that's not quite as worrying when you have these ults online.
Ali bhai good night karke लगता है.
You're looking at No Man.
बहुत जल्दी चलेगा
And just steal one of the other players. GE have already made noise on this C site, and you can see XLG are ready to pounce. No Man standing by, thinking about the annihilation, but all the while, GE are scaling up now towards this A site. Heavily defended. This is where the res is as well, so getting these picks early is going to make it much harder for XLG to ramp back into the problem is that while they're creeping up here, it seemed for a moment like XLG had a perfect game. They haven't sent No Man this way at least, but Leo is still standing by. 3 players on the A side. The fake on C better be good.
Oh, there goes that showstopper. Blinded up initially, but that hasn't slowed him down. He might not get it with the showstopper, but he has found it elsewhere. Raga's done well. Res, of course, available, but getting in for it is not going to be possible. And just to make sure that space is confirmed, we are going to see utilization. And actually just aggressive peek out from Crystal. 1 player caught.
You will not kill my
Res used. And that puts the favor back for the defenders. Oh, the stun actually caught him. That was enough for a trade. No Man brings it back into a 1 versus 1. But I don't know if he's ever seen Autumn in this corner. He almost walked past it just moments ago. The spike not planted for him, and that's why he doesn't check that way. It is a back and forth of sorts, a res used, and so much more. But it's GE still to come out on top.
Yeah, that's a really big blow to XLG. GE now sitting with a ton of credits.
Bold.
Outside of that, they've got the Blade Storm on Autumn, who I think is going to come in here with an Outlaw, and XLG put all their credits into that last one. They put ultimates into that last one. And even No Man showing up in a big way was not enough. XLG trailing by 2. The pause changed nothing. And GE have a chance to extend this even further. In fact,
great get
from No Man. I mean, they really didn't see that one coming. But for GE, this is their opportunity to push up to 5. And if it's clean, to build up an even bigger buffer of credits. XLG, it's sad, but it is
Yeah, but then the other side of the coin is some of those ults that were expended in the last round can start to build back up. So either way, GE have got to be very happy. 4 rounds already versus what is normally an incredibly tough comp to play into on the defensive side, and you can't help but feel that that missed shot on the stunned up player made all the difference in the last round. Harvey somehow able to save himself. Even still, a bit cagey from GE. They know how important this is. Of course, a team that the talking point was that they never make playoffs, and that's regionally. We're talking about in Pacific now. They are a map away from making it elsewhere, and while thankfully Autumn was well aware of the potential of a close position.
The updraft in a small room does sometimes make it hard to hit. You flick up a little bit too high. I'm not even sure that's needed, Patman. I mean, he loved going for the TP plays last map. This time you're up against an eco in a 5v3, and he's like, I'm gonna go for the flank play, boys. Fair enough. He's got himself 2 kills for his trouble. Hopefully we don't see that backfire a little bit later on, as GE seem to be feeling confident, and the flawless round will certainly help.
Yeah, 5 rounds already. And normally you'd be looking at that and going, that doesn't feel like a death sentence, but 5 in a row versus a triple Senti defensive side comp. A lot of the time, if they get to start on this side, you don't really need the other side. They have shown stuff on the attack as well, but this is starting to feel a little bit detrimental. And that early pause kind of sold it, that they wanted to stem the bleeding. It feels like, Mitch, this has to be the time that they stop it.
Yeah, this has to be where they restore order to this defensive side. An operator in play for Rarga. And so far, you even think back to the last full buy they had, they looked so good on the retake on A. And so many pickups, No Man was on a tear. And it wasn't enough. GE get Patman into position, pushed up on A. He's looking to catch the rotations, and the rest of the team is looking to bait them. Seekers go out, finding some info to work with, but this is all a ruse, and now it's time to go for Patman, but he's been spotted. The Prowler sees him. Now the element of surprise dissipates, and you won't get a free sight anymore. No, they are calling for rotations back. The off is coming into play. The paranoia didn't land either, but Patman shifts focus towards the B site. That net is good. It's caught Udatan, but now he's got backup. They're playing the high-low. It's across the map for GE. They're fighting everywhere. It's going to be confusing for XLG as to where the hit's coming in, but it doesn't matter. They're finding all of the picks.
Happyway's done very well. He was the most likely to be isolated in that fight, but getting 2 picks from it.
क्या हो गया?
Still a
Just hit
here,
it.
but
क्या बात है?
all that's really going to do is give
Crazy.
Leo's committed
आजा
to it,
VC
but
आजा.
Drop the spike, you win.
अकेले किसके साथ बैठा है?
That's exactly what he's going to do. 8 seconds left. Patman, all he can really do is make this costly. A nice quick double, and well, there's Leo at the end to close out the round. XLG will find themselves a third. Now we expect to see them build into this half a little.
Obviously, Leo's there in the end to close the round, but it's also before even the first shot is landed that he really earns his money in this one. The fact that he puts that Prowler out to check if someone's outside A reveals Patman, who otherwise would have had an easy lurk. Those players were starting to rotate. Rarga was running away from the A site. He would have had a 1v1 on a player that had no idea he was there, but Leo was curious, and the Prowler got them the early read on the play. Validated their concerns, and now a 3-5 scoreline. It's not pretty, but plenty of rounds left in this half to still shape up as a good one for the defense. Rarga's on the angle, and he will find that with ease. Even the wall to slow them down on the tree play.
Yeah, making sure he can't be surrounded allows him to lock in on the angle there. There has been a TP across already, but and the slows put into play. He knows exactly how to play around his utility, and even has support. Although Noman does have to be a little bit careful. I definitely don't think he knows that Patman's already ahead of it. A chance maybe to just wrap around and find that kill, but there's the first. The second player behind the wall at least. Even still, that man advantage kept, and there's re-aggression coming out from Leo as well. Patman is just trying to do everything. Spots the player. Knows that he's there, but his teammates are all falling like flies. We're watching a man play a masterful game of Ring Around a Rosie, but unfortunately his teammates aren't alive to help him out. Still an advantage here for XLG.
They'll at least get the plans. 2v3, someone needs to step out of the way, and with the Nightfall going in, it's going to be a difficult round. Shot landed on the Rarga, but he's still alive up top, not for long. Happy does well, the drop down not heard though. Here's a big swing from Happy Way, and he'll get there in the end. XLG, a fourth round locked in. And now we're starting to see this defensive side take shape.
It's very interesting because you go back and look at their games regionally. You'd think that maybe the 13-0 was 12 rounds on the defense. It was 12 rounds on the attack. But it's when they brought it here versus NRG where they struggled more on the attack side. So it's obviously imperative that they still throw in that solid half. But
नहीं था भाई उनका round ये भाई
especially when you look at the competition they're running with a double duelist. Coinbase win condition feels like more of an attack-sided half needed.
Still, though,
in the lead. And it did make me worry a little bit with how much Patman was able to get away with in the last round, but a man that has definitely had some crazy individual performances. I think even regionally, not being one of their major highlights over on the side of GE is Udatan. When it comes to this event, he's been fantastic. In fact, especially I think back to the game of Fracture, where it was him, I believe, versus Sato, and it was that 1v1 operator fight that was going back and forward. We've seen a round like that in this map, where he found 3 on the entry, but we haven't seen that same superstar just yet.
Well, Rarga on XLG picking up that operator. Found them a lot of success in the previous round. Opening on A, slowed the play massively, got the rotates in. Was even traded out in the end. For XLG, they're now 1 round behind. Picking up some momentum.
अबे अपने लौंडे उधर जाते हैं भाई क्या
Still be theirs at halftime. G's attack. Trying to avoid Rarga on A. They've walked into him on B, but this time they live to tell the tale.
Well, yeah, in fact, he was the one that took the majority of the damage. Immediate ult usage, not really a chance to respond. The nade almost finishing off Noman, but that will be Harvey. And he had the spike. Oh, that's really rough. That is a special delivery all the way to the C site. What do you even do?
They haven't realized. They haven't noticed just yet that the TP can be taken. Patman doesn't have ult online, and no one's hit tab to realize. Now they know, with the orb taken, that spike is not going to be there for long. It's stolen back, and GE walk into the A site wide open. For XLG, it's not a bad idea. Sure, they're going to concede a plant, and Lysor's very low. But the main thing is to avoid losing players in these early skirmishes. Play that retake together. And for now, at least, they've avoided any early flare from GE.
Yeah, but look at the ults. Showstopper for Yudotan could be a real spanner in the works. They'd love to have that Annihilation back online now. And he's just buying time. He's just holding it. He wants to try and deny them. It's a nice shot from Raga. A man who was tagged earlier on, but he's still able to survive. The knives also not getting anything just yet, but there we go. Already a pickup. Crystal also on the other side of this has found another res, utilized the up top position of Patman, gets nothing, and now all that remains is Crystal versus the whole team. And Raga once again. Does he have enough time for the defuse or the rest of the team run away? It seemed like they have it, but just a little bit too slow. The spike will clutch.
I need to turn my volume up, and hell, maybe they do as well. That's ridiculous. 0.5 as well, much bigger gap than I thought. And they clearly didn't know either, committing to that defuse, hoping that it would be close enough, but the realization kicked in before the spike had exploded. GE doing just enough. Less than a second in it, but a 6th round finds its way into their back pocket.
The funny thing
guaranteed neck and neck at the half.
It's the showstopper. Yeah, that was it. Just that he held it just for a little bit of time. Sometimes you'll look at that and go like, oh, maybe that's a Rosa ult, but not in this case.
I'll apologize to Yudotan for saying he popped it a bit early. Earlier than I expected, but right on time. Very well done. Looks like XLG putting a lot of stock towards this C hit. They've got the right read, but they don't know just how right they are. Dog going through will keep them in position. Happyway has very, very passive utility there, playing to punish GE when they take space. And I meant more so towards the C side after the plans, but okay. Well, in both cases, very nice early fights.
The spam's through as well.
Spike down, C.
That's where the Guardian really holds its value. A nice trade back from Crystal.
Nice shot, Crystal. Nice
Again,
one.
timing it correctly. Could remove weaponry, but instead he's gone swinging. And he's found Raga, and not in the way he'd hope. Autumn in a 1v3. He could reposition through the B site. There's still a lot
30
to get
seconds
through.
left.
The wall now breaks, and Raga already watching on that angle as well. Even making it on this cross is not going to be easy unless he can hit the shot immediately onto Leo, and he cannot. Raga already back in position once again, but is he just going to run through? Can he make it through before his opponent stops him? Door needs to be broken. 10 seconds, and he's even hit. I think that might have been through the wall.
Yeah, it was. He's left him down to 54. That's going to make this a damn sight easier to slow the paranoia even more so. And yeah, you're dead to rights. Really nice stuff from XLG now. We are seeing, again, what looked like domination to start this out after the second round. XLG slow down. G start to run away with it convincingly so in some of the rounds. Might have been slow to get on the board, but there's no denying them now. 1 round left in the half, and XLG can still make this an even one.
Yeah, it is starting to feel like Haven once again, where G come out of the block strong.
Work is off, man. It's just made such a difference. It feels like every round he's either getting the information, but not being punished if he misses the shot. or in the vast majority, he's got them a man
Or
advantage.
competitive player.
And you can't push him after because he's using his util to slow.
भाई किसी ने तो PFP मैचिंग लगाई है.
Last round of the half. And it's not the
मैचिंग PFP आ रही है.
भाई कैसे गेम वाली PFP
They can still take the weaponry
भाई
away
ऐसा
with
मत
that
बोल.
Steel Garden. And the ultimate's not built up on the other side. He's trying to get himself a little bit closer, but unless he is getting a multi-frag, likelihood is that
भाई नींद आ रही है, मैं इसके बाद सो जाऊंगा स्ट्रीम ऑफ करके भाई.
आजा भाई 1v1 कर थोड़ा सा.
Minute on the clock.
आज ऑन स्ट्रीम हो जाएगा 1v1 आज.
GE.
मैं मुंबई सर्वर छोड़ दिया खेलना भाई.
Yeah, we go to the classic eventually.
हैं क्या बात कर रहा है?
Honestly, I think it would have broken just off of time.
मेरा गेम प्ले बिगड़ रहा है.
Mag left for you to taunt.
he's baiting them in. He's baiting them in. And you know, he has kept 2 players. Seeker's about to be used. See, they're trying to put Lysor in and now looking to remove the weaponry, but obviously it does take a second or
मेरे
two.
को पे कर
Lysor's just going to have to run out.
दिल्ली का
18. The Thorns forced him to take a lot of damage on the way out.
मेरे पास होता तो मैं इसके नहीं ले लेता है.
हाँ तो फिर.
Again, we've seen this net before. This time, Yurtan very close. He will be caught, but not before he gets one. Not a bad trade for the weaker weapons in this round. Still 2 rifles to work with. Patman gets tagged. Doesn't even get the heal there. Steps into the smoke a little too early. And Raga shuts him down.
What the hell they are doing?
Look for the fight on Javi. He's not seeing the angle, but now he has. Slipping himself away to hopefully have that cover from Crystal, but the smoke up has blocked him out. He's got to be quick. They could be diffusing for all he knows, but they've given the game away now. Still, no angle on the diffuser, and finally he will strike. The patience from Crystal, a flash still to work with, sees them diffusing. He's got to swing in, and
भाई Crystal दे गया भाई. क्या बोल रहा है?
What a round coming out from Crystal. His teammates
Zero fang आया.
for a massive
New frontier.
all the way
आ
through
गया
on
है.
that flank.
किस पे आया?
And just impressive stuff
वही है ना
individually to
इंडियन वाला है.
run at the end when you know that they could have
मैं
been
नहीं ले रहा अभी.
utilize that flash as well.
गिव बैक भी आ गया. गिव बैक आ गया.
गिव बैक तो आ गया. फैंटम उठाऊंगा मैं.
मुझे भी गिफ्ट कर दे. फैंटम उठाएगा शर्म कर थोड़ी सी.
XLG are in trouble, but I think they found enough towards the end. The second half isn't exactly terrifying. For GE
पेपर एक फैंटम गिफ्ट हो जाए इसी बात पे चल.
जी मैंने कहा मेरा.
And certainly
पेपर सुन रहा है.
looking very happy today. Let's go over to an interview with Javi.
एक गिफ्ट हो जाए इसी बात पे.
भाई मैंने बोला था 500 सब्सक्राइबर कराओ.
अबे तो भाई मैं तो सब्सक्राइब करके रखा हूँ ना. बेशरम शर्म कर थोड़ी सी.
500 कराओ ना. करो अपने दोस्तों को
भाई
शेयर करो.
मेरे को अबे तो मेरे को तो गिफ्ट कर कम से कम एटलीस्ट भाई. मेरा एडिटिंग का पैसा तो दे दे.
अबे
एडिटिंग पैसा दे दे.
500 लोगों को थोड़ी करूंगा.
अबे मेरे को तो कर दे. एडिटर हूँ भाई मैं तो. मेरा पैसा की जगह ये दे दे.
वो दे दो.
गौतम गेम में आप टाइम से क्या चल जाता है.
अरे आ रहा हूँ बस खत्म कर रहा हूँ.
And we all struggled.
जल्दी खत्म कर दे.
Sacrifices, but we supported him all the way. So once you knew he could do this, you never stopped.
अब तेरे पास उधर वो भी तो नहीं होगा इंडियन वाला कुछ पेमेंट कर सकते हैं.
His siblings, his father, everyone.
क्या?
And now it
गूगल
feels
पे
like
दिखा
your
तो दो.
family has expanded, Maryvic.
GE fighting all the way.
G fighting on the way.
Yesterday in the press conference, you asked the guys about their
उसकी मम्मी को सपोर्ट करने आए भाई.
W auntie. W mom.
I think a lot of it has to do with mentality.
अबे WG भाई.
Strong mentality, but you know it's really.
भाई ये लोग क्या कर रहे हैं? Throttle लो.
You're out. Yeah.
क्या कर रहे हैं throttle?
कुछ नहीं बैठा हूँ.
खड़ा हो जा.
On their side. Let's get into the
उधर खड़े.
कैमरा ऑन कर अब.
बस ये स्ट्रीम में मत कर चीजें. ये चीजें यहाँ नहीं होती है भाई.
कैमरा ऑन कर दे throttle. खेल रहा है क्या नीचे?
A team that has talked about being scrim partners,
क्या कर रहा है?
relationships throughout, with Crystal being an XLG member, XLG being the team that
क्या लगता है?
बिगड़ गया है ये.
No man when they played on
क्या
prime
लगता है?
rosters as well. Even Autumn and Lysor have a connection with
जी
NVIDIA,
भाई
but
जी
only
बहुत
one
ही
of them
होगा
can go
जी.
marching on.
भाई
भाई ये कुछ भी करने नहीं जीत पाएंगे भाई जी इजी जीतेगी
two other teams from
Easy
their
bro.
कुछ भी कर ले भाई
respective leagues. Only one of them
Throttle
makes
मैंने
it
एक
into the
डिसीजन
playoffs,
लिया
and for
है
GE, they are going to hope to try and do it in two.
मेरा
But for
गेम प्ले
XLG,
बिगड़ रहा है हाई पिंग
regionally,
स्विच
their
करते
attack
करते
side was strong, but I do think they're going to want to get a pistol.
तो मैं अपने ही
भाई वाह
सर्वर
बता
पे खेलूं
अबे एक काम करना तू भी 2 आईडी रख लेना
क्या
तू भी 2 आईडी रख ले एक इंडियन सर्वर के लिए
तो मेरे पे इधर के लिए तो है बट मैं अपनी मेन वाली भी इधर स्विच कराऊंगा
इंडिया में स्विच करना है कि बाहर स्विच करना
मेरे पे दोनों सर्वर किया है
अब फिर तो दिक्कत ही नहीं है
पर मैं अपनी मुंबई वाली भी स्विच करा रहा हूँ
अबे नॉयर तूने उसको मेल करा टिकट
कर भी दी
तेरे नॉयर
क्या
नॉयर बोल रहा था उसको मेल करने का टिकट का आईडी का पूरे वाले का क्या बोल रहा था
उसकी इधर मत कर बात कोई
ओ क्या राउंड निकाला
भाई उडो क्या निकाल भाई उडो है भाई
What a round from Uniton. That's going to get GE up to 8.
That's just nightmare fuel for XLG. You want that boosted for the half, runs around the corner. Multiple people trying to face him off tap, and he just absolutely destroys them. Quick enough to correct, but also a little bit disjointed from the other side. Not quite able to find those trades. Gives GE that little bit of a boost. And
Throttle वो हाथ देखा था
as said, that is the last thing XLG wanted on their map choice. A map that
दिल बन के
regionally
आया था
has been flawless over the last few months. There would be back-to-back defeats on it if they're unable to make recovery. The fact is, recovery is not expected in this round.
दिल बनाया था दिल
They had the net land to start.
डिफेंसिव मैप है भाई इनका
Surrounded, finds himself in a bit
ये
more
निकालेगी
trouble.
भाई डिफेंस
Crystal from further back, firing in those shots and making it out and buying a little bit of time. But XLG aren't looking to change the direction, at least from what we're seeing. Skydog might change their mind. They know now rotates have happened. They know the C site's
तो पेपर स्ट्रीमिंग के अलावा तूने क्या सोचा है
You're either going to rotate into space that you've given up, or you're
कौन-कौन से गेम स्ट्रीम करने वाला है तू
hope that GE start second guessing themselves.
करेंगे स्टोरी
वैल्यू के अलावा बता वैल्यू के अलावा
स्टोरी गेम्स करेंगे फीफा खेलेंगे
इसको 3 गेम सर्च करता हूँ एक तो पी नाम से था
भाई
तू वो खेल
उडो ऑन फायर भाई थ्रॉटल देखे
And he's now waiting for his teammate to come in behind. Happaway still with a rifle. Expecting
ऑटम का खेल है ये तो
something. I like the angle he's taking, but unfortunately left a little bit open. Another Yudotarm round, a showstopper online. But the fact is that was still a little bit too close.
5-5 करते हैं आज.
The panic version of me.
आजा नॉइस आजा
Maybe you just throw it into
क्या
one
ना
round. But I
क्या
think
क्या
that was
टीम
the backup plan here. Let Autumn go. Let him find the pick. If
नॉइस
he
पीटी
does,
से
then maybe we throw that showstopper in. But it
फाइव
wasn't
फाइव
needed.
फाइव
GE
फक
find themselves
क्या
in
ना
9. It looks on the timeline like an easy one, but certainly anything but with the way that
अबे नहीं भाई मुझे नहीं करना भाई फाइव
themselves. Losing this, the chances of making playoffs, they take a plummet
फाइनल
really
अच्छे से
तो मेरे को मेरे मेन प्लेयर को कॉल करने दे
Rifle handed over to Harvey. Yudotarm is just going to be playing with the showstopper this round, waiting for someone to make contact, and if the stars align, they'll be put into play.
इधर क्या
It really is as bonus.
नॉइस गाय हेलो आजा
बोल सुन रहा हूँ
वन आ रहा है
कर लगा
For XLG, this is feeling like the moment to build back into this game. They've even got heavy shields on every single player. They know what they're up against. There goes the showstopper. There goes a freebie. And a weapon that can be picked up by Yudotarm.
A really big kill as well. Not only for the weapon, but for that utility.
Okay.
XLG,
Nice.
flank is open. They've got to go. And the decision is towards the C site. Wall gone in. They can make it onto Crystal site a little bit quicker than he's expecting. Nice shot, but the wall got in the way. XLG keep things even. With a plant coming through, you've got to be wary of the spams, but...
Bind me, yeah.
Oh, that's not a commonly spammed angle. Leo almost got a haircut.
This is still where things get so much tougher for GE. The post plant versus what is now a double senti.
मारी
Still
बटी है मेरे गान
incredibly
लगा
difficult.
Yeah.
Yudotan is
गान लगा दो
taking that initial space, but it's Raga to find the kill. No man with another, and in fact he doesn't even realize he gets the third. Double tap through the smoke. And what started out as a streaky for the showstopper is 4 players staying alive for XLG. That is a good way to break back.
This could definitely be a revival for XLG if they can have a bit of a streak early on. That round is one they're expected to win, but that's what makes me feel a little bit better about XLG's chances. The vibe check over that side of the stage looking good. All smiles, all standing. Autumn might be about to wipe that smile off their face. He's inside the smoke with the off. He's making it out. At least it seemed like he would.
Crystal died first.
But Crystal gets shot in his place.
Puro bhai.
Autumn follows him to the spectators. Yeah, I think you kind of have to save.
This is the problem. Like, you're running that double duelist. You're up against, as said, a composition that in the post plant is almost impossible. Just look at the utility on the map right now. There's a wall holding onto the cross. They've already put a sensor in the spawn, a second wall to block off with the barrier. There's no way back into the site as it is. So what you're going to see from GE is these aggressive starts. Like, we want to deny them having all of those players in the post plant. We want to deny them getting into the post plant in the first place. The problem is you get wrecked like that and you have no choice. There is no way that they're getting back in.
It does just look like a rare mistake from Crystal to step in. Gets unlucky that he spammed down, but of course it's an angle they're spamming when Autumn had been caught out the way that he did. Autumn overstaying his welcome in the smoke. Crystal going down ahead of his utility. What else can you do but save? I can tell you what else. You can throw your weapons away. You have 2 choices. One of them much better than the other. And a great net at the end.
just full trolling. He's having a good time.
Oh, why not?
Captain 3K got it in the last round, but now we look again to see if there's any sort of response. Of course, the problem for GE is that you get into that first proper buy round, you get slaughtered off rip. And in fact, that's a moment to take a pause. This is now both coaches in both halves that after losing 2 rounds has taken a timeout.
It is a very unusual look. I wonder if, in this match in particular, being scrim buddies, you have a lot more learnings to draw from. You have a lot more tendencies to predict, to lean on.
They're talking to each other.
And I'll tell you what, Frost has got a lot to say. He is rattling it off. I think I'd get afraid every time I see our teams call the timeout. Just lift the headset slightly, lower 10%.
It's like, oh, what did I do wrong?
It's actually crazy that we could hear him from here.
Yeah.
In the venue. That's
to be fair, that wasn't him talking to them. That was just him talking out loud.
That was him talking in general.
Yeah.
He wasn't losing his mind in a timeout. That was just his commentary of the game. But a 2-round gap between these two. For Global Esports, as you said, 3 players surviving, great. You at least have those 3 rifles. But alongside them, there won't be a lot. Autumn would love to have a Blade Storm here, but 3 away, that's not really a feasible goal. So for GE, even with those rifles, this will be a weak round. But let's see what they talked about in that timeout.
Seems like they're going to at least try and challenge, but a little bit of early control. Harvey with an off angle. One that should be expected. That Cam, I believe, has given things away already. The utilization of the annihilation. That pistol's gone, and well, Harvey tries to react. Yudotan has been a man of many moments. This would have to be one of the best of them. The full squad running down. He had no support.
Yeah.
Well, they left Patman as the sole defender of the other side of the map, and he is only just making it over here.
Yeah, some credits not in the best.
With
Autumn being the last alive, maybe picking that rifle. Getting out could be the right play. Getting some damage.
Kill time now, or
5-5 he's just sat down in the spawn waiting, expecting someone to come pushing.
With the problem as well is a lot of what you can see with this XLG combat, and it's what I have seen when other teams a lot of the time you can need an ult to get you that.
But G पे भाई नहीं है क्या?
We witnessed it in this round. The Annihilation takes a player away, pulls someone in, and it gives you an opener, and you can then react off that. And you see people try and react to that ultimate. So to be honest, the worst thing that Autumn can do is run in and give them an ultimate orb. You don't want them to have a Nightfall. You don't want them to have a res, because then you can't sacrifice someone, and then they come right back again. So it's kind of an awkward spot where, yeah, the best thing I can do is die to the spike.
Raga's definitely having a much better time as well in terms of impact. Even here, all that utility, you had the Sky Flash, you had the nade go through on A main. And him walking past it meant they were much quicker to actually fill in the space, because he was telling them, yeah, they naded, yeah, they flashed, but no one stepped forward. And if no one stepped forward, they're either playing passive or they've rotated and left this as a light side of the map. Early chance here for Autumn. Operator will be bought up. Odin in play for Crystal, playing towards the doors on A. XLG shifted their focus to this C site. They're looking at this operator who's not got a very favorable angle with that smoke in the way, and the shot won't land for him either. But even just hearing that op seems to have made XLG reconsider.
Oh yeah, if you were going to run anything that you might have seen NRG do, I think it might be an operator and an Odin. I think they might have been inspired in that case. The only problem is they would also then need, I think, Patman to drop like 34 kills like Kiko did to get them through the map.
He saw them there. They don't think he saw them, but that paranoia and nade is perfect. Unitom with a little jump peek. As a result, Happyway is almost dead and they've lost a player.
भाई मैंने देखा भाई उसने तो जंप करे देखा ना भाई सब बैठे हुए बाहर
maybe just a reactionary decision, but seemingly the wrong one. Spam. They've got to be so careful, but maybe Raga was the right person. Now he has that res online. The swing through a little bit risky from Unitom, and now they get that res in play. It's going to leave. Lights are a bit healthier. It was starting so well for the side of GE, but now they are a man down again.
Happyway still on 12 HP, and now the Odin's starting to ring out, but he's backed out of the site. Those wallbangs won't even get close to him. And with an op on the other player, and the wall being triggered.
That's such good bait.
They're just going to go for the save. They're sensing too much danger here, and XLG grab themselves a 9th round as a result.
It's just immediately Crystal starts looking towards the A side going, oh, he's flanking us. They're still checking for all of these positions just because Leo just walked out and baited the wall. That's just a clever little piece. Maybe he was actually going to flank them until then, but what a recovery from XLG. That round started with an unbelievable amount of damage done off the back of the nade, and then from then onwards, GE just crumbled. Like it was again just players trying to be a hero in these moments. Like a swing out of a smoke, then moments later, another swing out of a smoke. They are being caught out in isolated fights, and that's exactly what XLG want.
It was looking like we were getting towards the home stretch for global esports, like a 2-0 was on the horizon and growing closer by the second. But now, the shoe's on the other foot. Things have slowed down, and a 4-round streak has put XLG right back into this game. Right back into this series, right back into contention for playoffs. It's GE with a still the op, still the Odin. But the rest of
भाई लड़कियों के सब्सक्राइबर बहुत जल्दी ग्रो करते हैं भाई.
He was kind of meant to be
तो मैं तो कहता रहा हूँ कि देखो मैं कितनी बार से बोल चुका हूँ इस चीज़ का भाई तू सुनना ही नहीं चाह रहा मैं क्या करूँ
नहीं होता बड़ी until unless तुम लड़की हो.
अबे वो बात नहीं है मैं कहता हूँ मल्टीपल गेम खेल अगर लड़का भी है ना तो मल्टीपल फन
अरे मल्टीपल गेम से कुछ नहीं होता भाई.
मैं होता है
जब तक तुम्हारी ऑडियंस ही नहीं बनेगी तो मल्टीपल गेम्स करेगा क्या वैसे.
बट ऑडियंस भाई पता है ऑडियंस किसे बनती है मस्ती मजाक करने से. हर मैच अगर कुछ सीरियस खेलता रहेगा तो भाई काम खत्म. क्या मतलब
possibly walk through, and now they most certainly do. Getting anything here should be tough. The only one that's risking his life. The rest of the squad is saving those weapons yet again. Not worth it. A round like this. And maybe if
the last round,
maybe if something else had gone their way, they'd try. But instead, well, the question is, will they be allowed to save?
10-9 हो गया भाई. एक और मैच नहीं भाई.
But he will meet his demise.
got so many credits that it really does become irrelevant. And as said, with their ults being so impactful, think about the res in the prior round. I don't think he's going to care if he goes down as long as he's getting those ultimate orbs. I also think this brings back an interesting conversation at the beginning of the veto, because obviously I'm not going to pretend to know these teams better than they know each other. They're scrim partners. They probably know each other better than anyone else. When I was trying to predict the veto, I thought the GE would ban this map and risk playing Fracture. There was something about the Fracture of XLG that maybe they didn't want to play, or they thought they had. This map.
Something
what we're seeing so far in this attack side, I'm starting to question if that's true.
Paper exit पूछूं?
क्या?
Prediction दे.
Prediction G जीत जाएगी ये वाला मैच. Comeback आ रहा है. Comeback आना शुरू.
Now it lands that blow to XLG to put them a man behind. Their response is to scale up into C, and they will find this very free.
13.
Yeah, they bait the wall. Crystal
11-13 या फिर OT जाएगा.
But once the utility comes in, it's going to be incredibly difficult. That's
Oh, spike why?
Leo was trying to bait them in, and he succeeded. Obviously, they're not.
Mark to somebody G कोई उड़ने नहीं स्टैम मारने वाली है.
Spams coming through on the other side, and even still, they just can't find a safe space. That will be the moment, though. No man with a decent shot. Showstopper now coming through, but it's Raga again.
Bro, what
you said he's been having a standout game, but this really is a step up, an immediate headshot. Still, these fights becoming more and more awkward. A 2v2 down to just one.
XL6.
2 kills for him. 2 rounds ahead. And XLG hightailing it towards Breeze.
Oh, that is a backbreaker round. G had it all. They had the opening picks, they had the ults, they had the tags, they denied the plant, and they threw it all away. Over eager, spamming with an Odin, 80 bullets through a smoke, and you don't think they'll shoot back? Jumping in with the showstopper when nobody else is ready to go. This is a team that lost their way. And now we might go all the way to Breeze as a result for XLG. They find themselves again against weaknesses. GE have invested somewhat. 3 rifles. But that showstopper out of the equation.
G का round है.
Bro ये team भाई ये 3 जन से बैठते ना ऐसे भाई. हाय ऐसा. डर लगता है.
देख अभी G का round है ये वाला. I'm damn sure भाई G का round है. देखते रहो बने रहे chat में बने रहे.
Like there was an opportunity for more than that. Even still, man advantage held. Harvey not really with the weaponry to do too much here, and with the TP to the back of the site, a post plant will ensue, but 2 of those sentinels are gone.
Very fade मरेगा
देख. It's going to be no man's util this time.
3-4 let's go easy.
Run through on that dog, but he decides to go back, wary of more players. Wise move. Goes the C's a little further than expected, perhaps. GE now have their ult to go through. Weapons are going to be removed from the hands of XLG, and the push is about to come through. No man gets caught off.
Are you self-blind कर दिया?
Flash heavy. That's a big mistake. And it's given a chance now. Rifle back online for XLG, and they'll find a flurry.
Bro, क्या throw कर रही है भाई?
Rounds for XLG. And GE have got to be kicking themselves. They have thrown what could have been a lead, what could have been a competitive map, maybe even a favored one, and they have thrown it to the wind.
This is looking like the ultimate capitulation.
Group का turn मारा उसने.
7 rounds in a row. Each one that goes by feels more and more like the one that will finally break the streak. That one definitely the peak of it, but again, back-to-back rounds where Lysor steps up. And now just one needed to take us to a 3rd map. GE might look back at this and be kicking themselves. They could have had this.
लेके भाई तीसरा map by Breeze.
3 players gone. A 2v5 needed. And while this round is looking like a breeze.
For GE, as you said, the 3rd map now on the horizon. It seems almost impossible for them to fight their way back into this one. It'll be devastating knowing No, they're going to be slowed down even more by that util potentially. Oh, they made it past. But knowing that this could have been, if not a closed game, a much closer one, and instead, look at what they're running into.
इस मैच में तो जाऊंगा यार
Okay, that's a double and a chance to break his teammate out. It's not quite over just yet, but now it very much seems like it is. The time too far gone, the slow on the spike, and more than enough bodies to throw at this situation. It is 13-9. A resounding answer from XLG to Haven. Global Esports will not find this 2-0. In fact, playoffs still up for grabs after the break.
मैं सो रहा है क्या मैं पर क्या सीन
तो सो रहा हूँ
मत बन रही वही कुछ टीम पे सो जाते पता नहीं चलता है कितना टाइम हो गया लोई भी आ सकता है तो
क्या दिखा रहे हो
तूने वो हटा दी रेड बुल हटा दी ऊपर स्ट्रीट से रेड बुल नहीं दिख रही है लोग क्या सीन
मैंने थोड़ा कैमरा टर्न करा हुआ है
मैं वही सोचा था भाई रेड बुल क्या देगा यार एक्सपेक्टेड था ये तो
It might tummy. भाई ये बैक फ्लिप भी करता है ये जो है ना देख गौतम
दिखा दिखा
स्कोर देख
फाक दिखा दिखा दे मैं स्क्रीन दिखा सकता
बैक फ्लिप अभी
आप भी करके दिखाओ दिखा
फ्रंट फ्लिप
एक तेरी बारी करके दिखा
अरे मैं थोड़ी करता हूँ
उस पे टैग लगा स्टिकर लगा क्या लगा इसको हटा
उसका स्टिकर है वो टैग नहीं मेरे पे एक और है रुक एक लग गया
बैठ गया
भाई ये फर्स्ट दिखा मैंने भाई दिखा है
मेरी शॉन द शिप स्ट्रीम चालू है
द फास्टेस्ट स्ट्रीम भाई वेपर भाई कुछ हो रहा है भाई सिंह कोजी हो रहे हैं बहुत ज्यादा don't be so cozy bro still imagine she is
watching
अबे कहाँ चला गया तू
अरे मैं बुकिंग कर दिया
अच्छा म्यूट हो गया था हाँ बोल
यार just imagine
क्या
वो देख रही है
कौन देख रही है
that
अच्छा ओके
That one person.
मैं तो और कुछ बोल रहा था यार, मैं तो और कुछ बोल रहा था।
देख रही है तो लाइक करके जाइयो।
If you are watching, make sure you have liked my stream.
अच्छा अबे हाँ बे शीट पे भाई वो
दिखाऊं close करके.
Yeah, early on XLG were doing a lot of rubble fights and it wasn't working for them at all. The strength of their composition on the defense is to just play passive, play back and let
भाई इसको लगा ले तो अपनी पीएफपी भाई कसम से कह रहा हूँ भाई मजा आ रहा है।
Ironically gets his value because of those post plants and that's what happened today.
Yes, that is what happened just now. Now let's check out our Verizon high-speed moment. There's this beautiful clutch by Crystal. Again, he has been absolutely on fire throughout this, this tournament so far. And let's
दोनों आ गए नहीं एक आग गायब हो गई है अच्छा है
वो निकाल ली भाई
नहीं है दोनों आ गए
against teammates and all this stuff and I think that he handled this clutch like a pro especially when you consider the high pressure moment of being able to lead at the half by winning out that clutch main.
Yeah, I think 7 I think that obviously going into the other side XLG's comp does do a little bit better on the attack side but steamrolled like they did is surprising to me.
It is, and there was a point though where it's almost like Rarga finds his confidence again when he remembers who he's playing, like when he was playing against DRG yesterday. And then, I think here he's kind of like, wait,
where is that one person?
Really well.
By the way.
The main thing was we're speaking about how annoying all of that sentinel utility is on the defense, but not only that, you have a Rarga on an operator with really only the sky to be able to clear out him from those kind of positions. And we never really saw him taking a deep line, as we mentioned. It was always very passive, quite back, and then he could just chuck his slows whenever he felt any sort of pressure coming towards his site. So he could reposition himself with the operator, which was really nice to watch and find that confidence once again.
Yeah, the Sage op tech is old school 2021 vibes. You will see Ned doing it quite a lot back then. And another thing for XLG, we're talking about those post plants. They didn't get into too many of them because they're winning rounds quite early, but when they did, it fired off here. You can see the Sentinel utility coming in, the Sage wall, Deadlock net that catches a few people there. And then even here on B, there's trips in deep, there's walls in deep. It's a nightmare to have to retake against. And that's why I saw G trying to do some of those fights early. But it just XLG were just
remember what I told you about XLG having a real great understanding of the verticality of this. Using those deadlock sensors where they know GE are going to be trying to get onto that site. I think having this triple sentinel composition, like you said, Vinny, when you get into those post plants, your attack just looks easy. It looks completely flawless at that point.
And let's talk about the other side of GE and their comp. They were using XLG's comp last time, using Paperx's comp this time. But do you, I think one might argue that GE was used to use the C word, choking, but I don't think it was quite that.
No, I think on defense that comp is extremely hard to play. There's no bunkering. The reason why teams like Paperx make it work is because they are literally Paperx. I think that not playing the Vice with the Viper on this map is criminal for most teams. And I would want to see that more deeper into the tournament.
Now we are going to be going to Breeze. We did see Global Esports play Breeze against Full Sense yesterday. Do you like your comp on this one? Is it mini approved?
It's mini approved. I quite like it. It's a little bit I could like
but you can change that.
The Sage and the chamber together.
Really
impressed me yesterday with that chamber.
Yeah, I think so. I think as long as he can be that kind of key component of winning out those first engagements, if we do see that chamber again, yes, we will. And I think the Sage as well has been proven to be such a great agent on this map. But on the other side, XLG going for that Phoenix in Jet. What do you make of this?
Quite well for GE here. Having that Sage to slow down the double duelist. The double duelist comps often like to just go for the straight exits, and that is what GE wants. You're either going to be running into an operator or into a Sage slow. So I'm going to be interested to see what XLG are going to do to win that.
I think what's interesting for me is we're so used to this team playing that Whaley when we consider their duelists, but instead have going down a different route this time around.
Thank you guys. We are about to find out who the final playoffs qualified team is going to be. Tom, Mitch, how you feeling?
Fourth affair on the first two maps, but it all comes down to this. Breeze will block off playoffs for one, send the other. fight amongst the best in the world to face those teams that had the deeper seed, who've been watching
और उसको चश्मा देख मोटे का और
to face off against squads like this. For GE and XLG, as we said, a hard-fought battle. Some factors coming online and offline. It's been up and down. This is what it all comes down to.
Oh yeah, compositional change, which sees the Phoenix come in instead of the Neon, but well, I was going to say the Jet as well, but never mind. That's already dissipated. A big part of their previous series was Autumn having a phenomenal game over on that chamber. And Yudotan being also a highlight, showing that Neon definitely can still. Position from Patman needs more than one and he gets it. In fact, the third about to come around the corner. The shock dart will do a little bit of tickle damage, but Yudotan is immediately there to drop the spike. A bit of an odd position from Leo on that lurk with the Sova, and he's going to get nothing. It will be a pistol round. Back onto the board, and I'll be honest with you, Mitch, after that last map, I actually think it's fairly important that GE get on the board early.
Yeah, definitely. In general, I mean, unless I'm mistaken, thinking back to even their opening series, like this has been a factor throughout the entire tournament for them that they go missing sometimes. They're a team that wins massive streaks of rounds, and then whether they get a little too loose or a little too tight, it's hard to tell, but
machine by
switched up sometimes. For GE, a 1-0 start, as you said, the pistol going their way. Patman with a big play up close, so you're going to see a lot of risks taken by him based on what we've seen from them so far on this stage. What they face off against now is just classics. Not even a single upgrade for XLG. The chances of even dropping a weapon on the other side looking very low, and add to that the fact that Patman, as we've seen, he's got to pick with the Sheriff. That is his primary weapon. So even one kill is not going to be enough to have any damage in for GE. But there's one kill.
Yeah, you know what? That went better than expected. There's only a pistol on the other side. Never mind. The fadeaway. Almost no look headshot for Patman. Single player drop, but that rifle's been retrieved. And now GE can go in with a fairly strong purchase into this next round.
He's got a lot of opportunities as well. For the first full buy, you should probably have the Viper's pit online because of this 3K. I think it was a 2K in the pistol as well.
Long time no see.
Indeed it was, so he's set up
to
now have that pit on 3 away from it.
चल मिलते बड़ी गुड नाइट
क्या है सोने
यप नहीं सोने नहीं जा रहा हूँ मैं थोड़ा पढ़ने बैठूंगा यार
तो ये मैच देख के जाना क्या काम का स्ट्रीम पे आ जा
चालू रखिए
चैट करते रहो
हाँ डन खेलेगा
कब खेलेगा गेम ये बता देवांश
Bye, good night.
गौतम टेकर्स मेरे को डीएम करते
Early usage of the wall is what allowed them to
एक काम कर मेरा सर्वर ज्वाइन कर ले
went back up for a peek, and now because of that they've lost all of that control.
Steps heard by Lysor, but he's not landed the shots. Luckily, he doesn't pay for it with his life. Yudotan could be behind them a little quicker than expected. They're certainly clearing it. At least they were, but Leo's now looking elsewhere as the wall breaks. He's just walking in to fill that space. They'll come back to clear it though. Has to hit his shots from Yudotan, and he will. The player around that corner that he doesn't know about, but he's looking the right way for Lysor, and it looks like he's got all the pieces of the puzzle.
Udo for
3 players left alive for GE. It's a very successful follow-up.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you. That seemed like better positioning and a read on the scenario than if someone had just used a Cypher roll. Like, he was just looking exactly where his opponents were standing in every single moment. Solid round from Yudotan. And considering that was, of course, a bonus round where a lot of it was Bulldogs, that is a huge round to take early on. Again, a hot streak for GE in the early rounds. And for the other side of things, well, I initially saw Lysor invest into a rifle, but it's not going to be as much of a gamble. Pistols and a stinger to come into this round.
Just with so many times we've seen GE, it feels like fall off a cliff face in terms of that momentum. You want to see them keep putting rounds on the board. I feel like XLG have a chance to fight back almost at any time, especially after what we saw in the last map. This round shouldn't be one. There's a lot of weaknesses. for XLG, as you'd expect. Losing that third round is a death sentence for your economy. They don't go for the grouped up full sight hits that we so often see. It looked like they're trying to check how GE are playing that early mid position, looking for aggression out of the double doors, and perhaps it was the second they heard that Sage wall up, they realized, yeah, they're not fighting for this space. We're gonna have to hit a sight hit. And that means running into a lot of dangers.
Couple of missed shots, and well, not for No Man. Able to get one. Harvey on the backside, he's taken so much damage. They've traded incredibly well, and does Yudatan risk it? Does he risk it? He does, but just gets out of there with one. Not an overface. Patman's got to be careful, the fallback. I believe that shock dart did a lot of damage. It did an assist onto Leo. Even still, the position of Happyway is not going to be checked. And because of that, he now has a rifle from Patman. Puts it into a 2v2 that, if anything, is favored at this point.
And now it certainly is! Rarga with both barrels as deadly as the last. It's 3-1 for XLG. You know, you talk about that ability to fight their way back, to get back into the game, how important it is for GE to streak those rounds. Well, you see it here. It's a MasterCard Thrifty that gives the first round to the attacking side. And again, think back to how GE lost the last map. I think having these interruptive rounds is only going to hit them harder because of how this series has gone.
I was a little bit surprised almost to see Rarga going back over to that Phoenix. It's not been the greatest of agents, but if he starts hitting shots like that, starts getting closer towards that running back a little bit earlier, I think they're going to be very Yudatan already about to challenge into a multitude of players.
जीत जाएगी भाई, लग तो रहा है चांस।
भाई जी वालों मैच बोरिंग कैसे बना रहे हो?
भाई पता नहीं भाई, पिछला वाला मैच तो इतना बोरिंग बनाया ना मैप।
Isolation of those players going well for XLG, and in fact
Patman's
been caught again, the last man standing. He's got a weapon you like, but a weapon he'd like to save even more.
क्या बात है?
I definitely don't like his chances here. Great flash as well.
Oh, crazy!
For XLG. That's
कैसे जीत गया लेकिन ये?
नहीं जीते।
China's number 2 certainly not giving up on that play.
XLG वाले कैसे जीत गए भाई? मारा तो इसने।
हाँ तो इसने एक मारा ना। एक ही तो था।
And the other thing I'll say is
ऐसा को फीलर से ड्रैग हो रहा है भाई मैच, लाइक
खींच रहे हैं फालतू भाई। पता है लास्ट मैप में ही खत्म था भाई। क्या 5v5 का क्या बोल रहा था तू?
उनके 5v5 खेलते हैं इसका ऐसा।
कौन?
पता नहीं देखते हैं।
ये उस पाइडी का ना हार्ट इशू
क्या गया उसको?
तेरे को पता था हार्ट इशू तो वही हो रहा है उसको। तो इसलिए वो
XLG certainly looking to try and make that storyline become a reality already. Down to just 2 players remaining. The Patman holding on to the gun, holds so much more value, but Happyway again is going to be the one to catch him. He's trying to hold into middle. And now for Harvey, of course, in this case, only having a Guardian, the kill holds more value, and there you go. Ultimate online, he'll fall. They'll be able to buy into the next round.
We got to see a pause soon from GE. XLG are picking up too much momentum, and like I said, thinking about how the last one ended, I just counted it and I still can't remember. It was like 8 rounds in a row or something ridiculous from XLG. And in so many of those rounds, think about one of the last ones. 5 versus 3 for GE. One player runs in, dies. Second player runs in, dies with a showstopper. And all of a sudden, it's equal footing. It feels like at times, GE are a victim of their own snowball. They're being rolled over by an avalanche on XLG, and following that momentum is being too difficult of a task so far. No timeouts.
भाई ये जाना नहीं चाहिए था, पता है ये स्कोर जाना नहीं चाहिए था 930 प्रोटेस्ट पे।
No idea. It's huge for Lysor, but Patman this time needs a little bit more than just the one. The site has fallen in a plant. Seems undeniable.
Yudatan has done well though.
It's down to 30 HP.
against winning a fight.
इतना equal match देखना नहीं पसंद
Turning
भाई
it into an even scenario, but these
Make it
retakes,
one-sided.
even when even, haven't been
Either win,
successful.
either lose, भाई.
Rez will give them the advantage, but it's also burning time off the clock while they wait for it. Nice shot from Autumn, but he's now low
ये
as
लोग
well.
क्या कर रहे हैं नीचे सारे लोग?
His post plan needs to be some shots connected by Leo. He's got Raga alongside
Valo.
him, but now Leo is
सारे
all that
5
remains.
star.
He knows that at least for that moment there wasn't anybody on it. Can he see the arm? He can. Shock Dart needs to connect. It needs to be perfect, but it's the shots instead.
Bro, उड़ो निकाल लिया भाई.
Again, the hero of the round for GE
Oh
will
my
be there
God.
to close.
The man was 30 HP. He got a heal and ends up on 25. That is a narrow margin, but GE, a win is a win at this stage. Udaton having to do so much work, though, it can't be relied on. Yes, he's had games where he is doing this every single round, but we've seen what happens when he slows down. He's currently sat
540 तो इनकी पड़ी है.
in a game that they're only winning by 1 round. If he slows down, XLG run away with this.
Well, you can see the confidence as well. Like Lysol, while
किसका
that
match
Hunter's
fun
Fury's
जो भी
going
खेल रहा है.
full TPing behind
ये
them.
DM
Like, he was great on the last map towards the end. It seems like he's brought that into this one. Viper's pit on one side, stack up of players on the other.
देख अगर मेरी आईडी का MMR वही रहेगा तो like मेरी matchmaking diamond वालों के साथ ही होगी, right? Diamond.
One obviously held, the other in the
ठीक
form
है
of the
फिर
Tour
वही
de
rank
Force.
हो जाएगी.
It gives a lot of angles that
Diamond.
that attack side have to be careful entering, but it's Udaton instead who's going to be the one moving forward. There's nobody covering this, but he's not quite able to get the kill.
Shot Crystal.
Nice return by Crystal. It's happy way down. Maybe Patman can push the spawn this round. He's got his pit up, so it's certainly not a likely play.
भाई throttle भाई लड़कियों के subscriber
Be
जल्दी.
surprised though. And XLG, again, we've seen this many times. You lose that initial fight, pump the brakes, wait for over rotations, and if they don't happen, well, you're going to have to push right into it, aren't you? Here we go. The running back put into play. They have to get through the slow, and Udaton's already punished them, but hello! It's an awkward fight!
भाई no man देखा
Nothing
तूने?
for his trouble. Udaton's there with another.
Oh
And
my
GE
gosh.
now, after slowing down, after letting XLG in, a 4 versus 2, now a 3 versus 2. As numbers start to slip, you get spooked as Happy falls. You get scared, and now I'm terrified. It's only Autumn.
4v2 से 1v2 कर दिया. 2v4 निकाल गए.
How did they lose that? Genuinely, it's madness that XLG are coming out of these rounds. I think the first kill comes with Udaton just stepping into a Molotov, and then they just peek one by one. If there isn't a pause here, I almost will start to wonder if the GE coaching staff have just given up, because that is crazy that that round ended up slipping away from them.
Still no pause? Okay.
Maybe he's broken the button.
On we go, I suppose. GE now forced down to pistols. Maybe they'll even save the pause for the full buy. See what they decide to do with this one. Early aggression, wall put up. Happy way. Doesn't seem too aware of the possibility of someone up on top. Didn't seem spooked by it, but now he certainly is. The thing is, in this round for GE, like, yeah, they've got a couple of sheriffs. They've got the headhunter as well. They've got a bandit. Everybody's capable of taking a decent fight. Not a favorable one, but a decent one. But the problem is, the numbers for XLG, once they go to push and pull the map, they can take so many fights on this map that are ranged, and you're not winning those, even if you trade headshots. That, on the other hand, is just close enough.
Oh. We've said it already. The one guy who has been on, the one guy who has been hitting is Udaton. Picking this round already. Weapon retrieved, but this is the problem. They seem very aware of where the danger is in terms of re-aggression.
They're B-splitting, though. They're B-splitting. That means they're going to bring the spike to Udaton. It's 2 kills. It's a tough task in the flash. Oh, it should seal the deal! What a nice try, though.
Yeah, the fact that he hits the instant shot, it was committing to playing his life. The remaining 2 players don't have much to play with. The headhunter is definitely the biggest threat, but the second we've seen XLG in these sort of post plants, it has been so incredibly difficult for their opponents to get back in. Again, Leo has a shock dart. They have a snake bite as well. They just have post-plant utility that is going to make things incredibly difficult. A lead seemingly almost guaranteed unless Autumn can hit some very fast shots, and he's not going to be able to. Happy Way in a deep position once again. It's a bit of a costly round for XLG, but with the streak still going, I don't think they'll mind.
Not at all. And there it is, the timeout finally coming in from GE. This is ahead of a very important buy round. You lose here, and XLG guarantee themselves, more or less, they would only be on 6 for the astute counters amongst you, but they would be facing into a light buy. And a good chance to at least win the half, to guarantee the lead. Now, then you add to that XLG, if they get out of this round without using the Viper's Pit with the Hunter's Fury, their chances of winning this round, if they do commit those, go up a little bit more. And for GE, this has to be an airtight plan coming into this round, because XLG have safety net after safety net.
Well, looking at the Coinbase win condition, I think it might have just been rattled off by Frost in the coaching booth. I think it's not so much round 9, it's the round before. They had such an insane advantage and let it slip away just by giving those individual fights. And there's no doubt that there are shooters on the side of XLG. No slouches for sure. Lysor has been having a great, I want to say, map and a half. He really came alive towards the end of the last one. 5 of the last 6 now going the way of XLG. They could continue this streak further. We've already seen it in the last map.
The problem is that round 8, like you said, this was the round that everything fell apart. That was the round where GE had the advantages, and it's almost unforgivable for me because I think they lost Lotus as a result of the exact same round. It was 5v3, they threw ults at it, they threw themselves at it, but they went one at a time. And that wasn't the only round towards the end that they did that. It was the most egregious because of how it unfolded. For GE, same mistakes being made.
Tagged.
XLG happy to punish them. Now they move towards the A site in a crucial round with a Viper's Pit for the post plant.
Yeah, passive position now from Patman. Had to fall back just in case. Seems like Lysor is at least considering that he could be in this corner. And timing not the best for him, but Patman unable to capitalize. Now he has to move, and Lysor has his number once again. The spam perfect, and he's still dealing death from above. Taking the lead in the kills department. And while there's plenty more going their way in this round for Autumn, he just wants to save, but Lysor is taking over. A pause taken into a buy round, and XLG are flawless.
On the upside, they use their pit. On the downside, they still have the Hunter's Fury. They're close to a run it back. They've got a massive economical advantage, almost guaranteed lead at the halftime. And Lysor looks like his confidence level has shot through the roof.
भाई ये नाइट बॉट को मत करो spam. नाइट बॉट थोड़ा सा.
6 out of the last 7 rounds there for XLG. GE were 3-0 up facing an eco. It should have been an easy 4-0 start. Instead, they've stalled out at that number after taking a while to get there. And look at XLG's plan. GE are on an eco. We're going to sit in spawn. And eventually, they'll use their util. Eventually, they might even push us. And then we can just take the round.
At least there's some deep utility, which would give the game away. Drone also been heard. Autumn, this is risky, but it needs to be, and that's a really nice shot. Can he get away? That's the real question. All being revealed. Hunter's Fury being expended at the same time, creating some disparity, and Lysor is genuinely the best player right now by a margin, but the man to challenge him, Yudoton. Those two have been going back and forth in terms of individual brilliance. Nice shot from Happy Way, though. And with Autumn so desperately low, 5 health, he'd need to be immediate with his reaction times. Patman yet to find any sort of weaponry, still just with the Sheriff in hand. And Happy Way round this corner might not be expected to be so desperately close. In fact, he won't be. It leaves Patman now with a gun in hand, but still 2 players to find, and even utility being expended. They're trying to hit him with the shock darts while vulnerable. All he could really hope for is to create some space, but he will not be able to. Another round, and now the half one as well.
GE came through today after a breakthrough up against Full Sense. Looked like that might have given them the confidence to carry forward, while XLG struggled against a team that they know all too well. It felt like today there were two different power levels stepping into the server, and maybe there were at the start. It felt favored to GE, but now the winds of change in full effect. 1 round left in the half. Here on Breeze, XLG have a chance to lead 8-4, and the chance for playoffs looking better than ever.
Bit of spam damage.
It's the worst player to spam, though. A Phoenix who has an ult.
Yeah.
He's going to come right back into that game.
For XLG, the conversation after their victory yesterday was, can they beat anybody other than their own regional rival? Or will they now just bomb straight out of the tournament? And they're looking to really start asking some questions of some teams. Of course, those upper seeds get to choose who they face, and I'm starting to wonder if people won't want to choose them. At times, they're unorthodox, their composition's risky, but they're the ones that make it work. And speaking of risky, just look at this man play. Finally, Batman will put him in the dirt, but there's a second layer every single time. And for Harvey, oh, that one should be free. It almost isn't. 36 health, but he'll get a heal.
One from Arez.
But look at the position of Raga. Why would you expect him to be here?
The reveal coming from main as well. You're fully locked in on that position. He should cast an eye in this direction, but no. Too focused on main. It will be 8-4. The team who started slow in this series woke up on map 2 and now have a dominant lead in the third. XLG seem to be playoffs bound.
Oh yeah, after being 3-0 down, it's crazy the way that they brought this back, but we need to find out if they can close it after the break.
Oh, come on, boys! Let's go! Let's go!
Jen here with Noman of XLG. Now, GE seems pretty confident against you guys. Do you think that's justified?
Not at all. You know, the players that we have, I think, you know, especially Udotan, this guy, he's a really good player, but we have a Happy Way, so I don't think it's justified.
Oh, so Happy Way is better than Udotan.
I have to say so.
Okay, let's see his reaction to that. He's here.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
Jen here with Udotan of GE. Udotan, what do you think are the win conditions for GE and XLG?
I think whoever win first map gonna win the match. 2-0, I think.
Oh, so it's gonna be 2-0 either way.
Yeah, 2-0.
Okay, interesting.
But I've really stitched them up by playing that going into the third map. You know, someone saved that as well. They were going into map 2. Should we put it on? No. Save it for the final. But here we are, 8-4, XLG. Honestly, I am flabbergasted by the performance they've had. 3-0 down, going into an eco, and they come out 8-4 with complete control. Lysor seems to have hit another power level entirely. And he is raining down hell upon Global Esports, who now have a big resurgence needed in this final map to keep their playoff streams alive.
Yeah, they managed to do it on the attack side versus Full Sense. Autumn, Crystal, and Udotan were the players to watch. Autumn had a decent start to this game, but it does just feel like the wind has been taken out of their sails, and XLG are sailing strong with the wind at their back. A pistol round almost feels like it seals it. But even still, considering once, it just feels like the second XLG win around, they're just going to win 5. Like, there needs to be something that brings up the GE players. Otherwise, they will be joining Full Sense on that plane back to Pacific.
Well, this is it. A pistol that carries so much weight. It is essential for GE to find this one. For XLG, One step closer to playoffs. Wrap around from Leo is good. He'll get a kill, but it's only the trade out. They've lost Happyway. Javi ready to strike in mid, finds another, but he's now under pressure. Surrounded, and he makes it out. The doors allowing him to slip back to the squad with a man advantage.
A powerful post plant.
Great job.
With so many players back towards main, this corner position from Udotan might not even necessarily be expected. It will, but it doesn't matter. An immediate headshot. This man expected a 2-0, and if it was off his ability, it might have been. He's been having a great game, goes for a little more. At this stage, of course, the clock becomes their greatest friend. Even still, though, they're losing a lot of members all at once. He almost needs to get this done now, and Harvey will keep it in their favor. A much-needed pistol round for GE.
Probably not the round you want to be winning by 8 HP, but look, a win is a win. And for GE, a much-needed one indeed. Again, this is where they have found the vast majority of their rounds in the first half. 3-0 start. I even remember at 3-0, I said, you know, it just feels like at any point XLG can bounce back. Didn't really think we'd see it in the first half, let alone in the 4th round, but that's going to be in the back of your mind as GE here. Yes, you win the pistol, but every little helps from this point forward. XLG, actually, I mean, Autumn is in a ton of trouble. All 5 players are here. There's a Paranoia ready. He can TP back, but even then, they should be on him.
He's the one player you kind of don't mind being in too much trouble, though. Maybe other than Patman, because the second he hears all those footsteps, stun in to support him, and they could just opt to hightail it in the other direction. And that's exactly what their opponents think. Okay, we have just given away the game on one side of the map. Let's quickly rotate to the other. All 5 players now in mid. Now, as I said, the other sacrificial lamb would be Patman. Only with a pistol, light shields, not a whole lot to play with. And if he's about to see half the team go through, well, he's taken 3 for it. Fair play.
Oh my,
he didn't really need to get too much. It is not going well for Autumn, that's for sure. But all they really lose is a Ghost and a Marshal. That's absolutely fine.
Yeah, not going too well for Autumn indeed. 5 and 12 on the chamber. It's a bit of a shaky map for him. Maybe things could change, although you'd expect it on the defense to be where those numbers can be put up. XLG did a great job of avoiding him, and oftentimes it just ripping his head off.
To be fair to Autumn, when they played in the last map, he was very good in the attack. I remember him jumping into angles with the operator, even versus Primi, and he was able to win those fights. I think it's just a confidence thing. He's been having such a rough game that he needs to break back in.
GE looking to break into the A site quite quickly. This is the full buy from XLG. Ops on the other side of the map. Big tag up on a Udotan. It's risky, it's spooky, as now the op is the one primed for the fight. A little early on the angle. He doesn't expect them to be that close, but Autumn just ran into him, and they have no idea about Happyway. He gets damage done, but the kills, they need to follow, and they do. At least one, and there's no man's third. He's tagged Crystal through the smoke. And the shock dart closes, it may come. Crystal's life has a timer on it, and that timer is ticking. The sands of time running low as Raga will catch him rotating. 9 on the board for XLG. 4 players surviving as well. That's a big money maker round, and no man's on his feet.
For those who don't know, there's a running joke with him that he always gets a 3K. And look at this, the amount of damage he does to the final player.
Leaves him on 5 HP.
It's crazy. It's genuinely like it's written in the stars. Oh, you know, 4K was taken anyway. Tecurs had that title for quite a while, but if he wants to claim the 3K, it genuinely seems like it's written in the stars. His operator taking over, and now in the right place at the right time again. Of course, that was a bonus round for GE. But with the weapons they had, they might have hoped to do a little bit more damage. The operator seemed to maybe blindside them a little bit that it came in so early. It won't again. They're definitely going to know it's here.
Now it's on Autumn to find this space. They've sent the drone to A. It's a weak fake. It hasn't pulled rotations for XLG. It hasn't made them panic. They still have first contact on Happyway for the right side push. Rarga on the angle as well. The double swing will come in just moments after, and Snakebite lands, but well, this is, first of all, Snakebite's a little deep. Autumn can't get back out of there. Patman's on the wrap around, and he's been spotted, but with Happyway down, it feels like a lot of the danger for GE is already gone, and mere seconds later, every other piece falls too.
That was a great round from Autumn. As said, like, he's been having some real struggles, but to go swinging in onto that B site, win the opening fight, and then play through the Poison Orb and find the second, that could breathe some life into the team. Just a small timing on it. And then while Patman finally getting a little bit revenge, catching players on the rotation after being caught throughout the majority of that first half. Again, and another solid start for the side of GE. Can this turn into a victory, or is it going to be the same as the last couple of maps where XLG find their momentum and then the map is theirs?
Well, it seems like XLG's plan this round is to leave that A main hit alone, let them take the space, and instead fight back into mid. Paranoia was being primed by Lysor, but, well, no one's there. GE decide on the slowest play possible, really, from Patman, the man who comes into this round with the Viper's Pick. You'd expect him to be with the pack, and instead he sits behind lurking. Now wall goes down. Granted, it's only to cover his cross back through, but he is instead just containing the space behind them. Everyone on site can be content that their back is secure, and that allows them to fight forward with great confidence.
Yeah, important to have him as that backstab. It was something that you mentioned, that he was getting caught on the other side, often by Happyway, and now he's been able to do the same to him. And I think that was what it was about. Like, you have to bear in mind, these teams play each other regularly in their scrims, and so to outmaneuver someone, you're going to have to be smarter. They're going to know some of your tendencies. So playing much deeper, playing off-site with a Viper's Pit, it's a little bit obscure, but it's worked out wonderfully for GE. One round behind. The weaponry going to be much more of an issue in this one for XLG. As whether or not... There you go. Like, it's such an off angle. And if there's more than one player, he's almost definitely dead to rights, but that just feels like a hard read on what his opponents were going to do.
The worrying thing here, as XLG call a timeout, is, again, drawing the comparison of how so many GE maps have gone early success, and then they completely teeter out. We just saw it 3 rounds in a row to start the first half, and then they got 1 from that point onwards. Now, 4 out of 5 rounds have gone their way. They won the rounds they should, 1 and 2. They lose the third, as you'd expect on your bonus, and they fall right back into things. Now put XLG down to an eco. And I would say the next round is where XLG can fight back, but then I think of the last map, and it was the eco where they bounced back into things, where they completely shattered GE.
Yeah, something that has as well been a coin-based win condition has been Havoya. Go back to the first map. I think it was 5 rounds in a row. He takes a pause. I think maybe they get 1 more, and then they streak the rounds back. He has been someone to sort of get them back in check, to spot if things are going wrong. And he's done it early as well. Like, even go back to the last map. It was after they lost 2 rounds. Immediately, he was like, I know I need to take a pause in this moment. And he's found that moment once again. Of course, it's not going into a buy round, but they do have some interesting pieces on the table. A rifle for No Man. A Hunter's Fury. And even a couple of ults, just 1 away. Okay.
It is definitely a round that GE want to be cautious in. And I say GE, but I don't say Patman. He's been taking risks, even in these rounds. You can go back to Lotus. You go back to Haven. We saw it as well. Some TPs up against the Ecos as well. But his reward is huge. He's gotten himself double doors control. He's pulled the rest of the squad back towards this A site. The Molly's going to slow them down for a moment. The Paranoia, though, this could be deadly from Lysor. He's gotten around that wall, but he won't have enough ammo to finish off the kill. And in fact, it takes a while for Raga, but in goes the Hunter's Fury. It was aimed at Javi, but he survives, and because of that, gets himself a res. Puts this into a 4v2, and again, it was definitely a bump in the road, but it looks like they've weathered the storm.
Good chance as well, but Patman's position's not going to be expected. It doesn't matter, though. No man will win the fight, but with Happyweight still just down to the classic. A wraparound even coming in from behind if he was to get anything. And it seems like the goal is maybe to just try and retrieve the rifle, but that's easier said than done. 9-9, GE's fight back continues as they will level up and get themselves onto the same score. However, this is where the pause was for. And honestly, this got a little bit dangerous. I think if it wasn't for Javi having just the reactions to put himself up on the wall, he's probably dead. And then that Hunter's Fury might have eliminated half of their team.
Well, honestly, if the Hunter's Fury is tucked in a little bit behind that corner, I think he gets the kill onto Javi as well. That would have stopped the res from coming in. Never mind the man advantage. They would have been neck and neck, and XLG would have had a chance to get some rifles. It is worrying with how things have gone before, but as you said, the pause was for this round. XLG come into the previous, and they do a pretty good job in the brawls. This flash, oh, it's not a pretty flash. It hasn't made it around the corner. Ult's going to be popped, though, and a chance for Rarga going in through the wall of Udaton. And he has sent the entire attacking side out of A main. They have no space elsewhere on the map either, and the trap's going to be broken. And I think even worse, they think Lysor's there. They must have heard the TP. Thank God they were spamming it.
Look at some of the control, though, in the defenders' positions. They've got deep presence towards B. They've got deep presence towards mid. They're definitely not playing afraid at this stage of the map, even after losing a streak of rounds. And by the looks of it, Raga thought, well, you know, the last flash was so good, I'm going to attempt this one again. 40 seconds up and coming on the clock, and a lot of this feels like Patman is a huge part of this one. They might be looking to try and hunt him down.
30 seconds left.
The fact that he avoided the fight, he thinks that they've just left him as an unaccounted for factor, but Patman back turn to Happyway. It's an easy pickup now. The push out to site under heavy threat. 15 seconds. The plant needs to be found fairly soon, and there's more than enough players here to cover every angle. No man with two. No 3K this time, but a flawless round for XLG is just as good.
Man, every time we see the Voya take a pause, there's impact. Every single time. The trap setup to start it off with the run it back. The aggression into mid just to wait for Patman. He has been annoying. They have been caught by him multiple times, so they don't flank through the spawn. They just hold their positions. Much more patient. And even No Man just waiting in case they were to go back to B. But once they had the information, cross through, they hold that ground. And they punish Global Esports. Of course, though, Global Esports have been getting a lot of rounds streaked together. Plenty of economy to buy into this one. Tour de Force even going to help out a little more. And Mitch, they've got the ults.
Exactly at the safety nets. Maybe needed. It's double digits for XLG. They'd left B decently open, but the rotate back in from Happyway now. One away from a Viper's Pit as well. The drones almost perfectly in sync coming out from both sides, but that mid space that was just cleared by XLG, they don't know that Patman is they do know. They very much do know that Patman is flying under the radar. He is being caught for free, and now man advantage for XLG.
I genuinely wonder if that was part of the pause hunt to try and find that man. The spam's doing so much damage. Autumn was waiting for the right moment, and it never quite came. Already that overdrive is going to be pulled into play, but you have to bear in mind it ticks away pretty quickly. Bladestorm also thrown in, a lot of ultimates into the round, but Crystal's late position is going to help out a little bit. Losing teammates on the other side, he has to try and expend that Hunter's Fury, and he will be able to do some damage, a lot of damage in fact. Shotgun might just clear it, instead he's found the TV, and there is Crystal again! Another Red Bull clutch to add to the collection!
Oh, this guy came to London in the zone. I don't know what they're putting in Crystal's coffee, but this guy, a Red Bull clutch found here, and it's certainly not the first big round we've seen from him. Again, every series has had a map where he is by far the best player. But outside of that, in every map, he's had these rounds, he's had these moments. And that keeps us even. That keeps GE in with a chance. The Viper's Pit right away from Happyway towards this B site. But there's 3 players looking to fight A main on XLG. Meanwhile, the wrap is coming around. GE have got a ton of space. Patman's been picked off right away. You can see XLG are wary of this Leo. They'll caught with his bow and arrow out. It's not a favorable fight. The spam good from Lysor to at least trade it back. And it looks like the rest of the team is so far behind. But at least a trade from Autumn will keep this competitive.
Spike spotted in middle. And because No Man's gone down, it's an immediate response from, well, both sides of the map. Happyway falls out of his pit, knows he could be surrounded. And the other players have then got aggressive in towards A main. Now it does mean that there's a pretty hefty opening on the B side. It looks like their decision is to just try and play this one as a retake, use that man advantage in their favor. But it's very slow from GE. They are expecting there to be someone implemented. There has been all the way through the map. Whenever they rotate, there is someone in an aggressive position. And this is one of the first times that there isn't.
Yeah, in fact, Happyway gave up the Viper's pit. He dropped it and then just fell back to the spawn. He's covering off this mid push, making sure no one comes through there. And if you know they haven't come that way and they're not in A main, it's pretty easy to guess where they might be. The only problem is the chamber trip's still behind. The smoke, though, going to cover it off. Half covering. They're able to sneak their way past. This is huge for Lysor, but he won't catch the plant. And now Autumn, he's looking back. He's worried about the window. No, in fact, he's worried that they've done exactly this, that they've made it past his trap, but the bait is beautiful. Rarga drew his eye and has left Crystal in need of another gigantic play. That spray looked good. Lysor's alive on 5 HP. But Crystal might still have done enough. Despite, though, being defused as we speak, the man with 5 health, the man who survived the battle with Crystal just moments ago, sticks it right around the corner. 11 for XLG. And that's gotta hurt. That's gotta sting. It looked like Lysor was dead to rights.
Well, this is the problem. Go back to the last map when the streak continued. Who was there? Lysor. Look in this map. 24 and 14. There's been impact players throughout, but he has been the guy. And if they are to make it into the playoff stage, well, I know who will be getting the majority of the thanks. There's no doubt about that. GE will call their second pause. It was a very close round. Again, an incredible attempt from Crystal. Seconds were the margin. And an even finer margin of HP. 5 remained. But that doesn't mean too much now. They'll invest into this one. Both teams are going to have their economy on the brink. In fact, this might be the difference between XLG closing this in regulation and a potential overtime.
Oh, that's the end of the timeout. GE. No more chances to touch base with the coaching staff unless XLG give them one. It's a 1-round lead for the defensive side, and GE come in here with a mixed buy. It's going to be 4 rifles. It's going to be a Viper's Pit. But Udotan, the man top of the scoreboard, it looked like he was going to play with a stinger. Thank God. He's gotten a drop. He's got himself a Phantom. Back in the driver's seat, you would hope, for GE. Or this will be an event that they will be quick to forget.
Wow. A few sleepless nights. Might disagree with you with how some of these rounds have gone, but it's both teams on the edge of making it to playoffs or making it onto the next flight home. Run it back. Available. Happyway. He's just going to catch Udotan. He tries to be a hero and instead has gone down immediately. The judge still up close. Still causing issues. The trade-out should be there, but he's still got a teammate to play with. Crystal, though, has got 2 in a second. It would have to be an ace. 3 players were still on the other side of the map. They maybe thought that those 2 could do some damage, but they've almost won the round alone.
Chance to make this to 12 for XLG. Started this series down a map, needing the reverse sweep. And Crystal has been the man that's caused so many headaches for them. But look how patient they are. where GE were in the lead on Lotus and they made some individual mistakes. They were a little ambitious in the fights they took. Well, it's a different story from XLG. They took in, they played together, and they win together 12-10. 2 chances for XLG to eliminate Global Esports. 2 chances for XLG to make it to playoffs.
Down on the previous map and needed a mass streak of rounds, which they got. They've been down in this second half as well, with GE again seemingly finding that momentum, but once more, Havoya takes a pause. The game turns on its head, and now the pressure is all on Global Esports. It looked like they came into this game as the favorites, eliminating Full Sense on their journey while XLG took down DRG. And now it all comes down to this. Happy Way, well placed! And he's taken out 3! That might just be the end! Crystal alongside Autumn, who's already down to 10. He's already gone. And now Crystal with the most impossible clutch of the lot to keep Global Esports in the tournament. They know exactly where he is. Revealed, blinded, spammed, and eliminated. It is XLG that go marching on to the playoffs. And GE will be heading home.
So many would have said that XLG's destiny was a flight in a few days. But destiny only binds you if you let it. They came to this event underestimated, but that time may be behind them. Lysor, 25-14. They dug deep. And now a deep run could be in their future, making waves on the international stage and history in the making.
God, it's super impressive. Global Esports fought hard, there's no doubt about it. They had to go back versus their countrymen. And then they had to fight their scrim partners. For Crystal, that meant fighting his old team. And well, you can see there's still a lot of love for the guys on the other side. Unfortunately, when you fight your friends, there is still only one that can go marching on. And this time, the victor was XLG. A very impressive display, a show of resilience. And I'll be honest, a coach that I think deserves a lot of plaudits. That was perfectly timed pauses all the way through the games. And that has led them to a short break, to day off. And then they're right back to fight again in the playoffs.
They've certainly earned that rest. Down on that stage, as I said, many would have questioned how far XLG could make it. But it seems that story hasn't hit the end of the run just yet. A few more chapters still to be told. And for GE, they can hold their heads high. They made waves here on the international scene, but it's never a good feeling to go home having only beaten regional rivals. Sadly, they'll have to fix that next time.
Oh, it is a day to remember, and plenty of highlight players that performed massively for the side of XLG. They're definitely going to be going home tonight happy. But there's still plenty more work to do. It is the beginning, but for now, let's close out the day with the Verizon post-match interview and Leo.
We're surrounded by some very happy and satisfied XLG fans, but we've got to talk to Leo before he can go and meet them. Leo, first of all, what was your reaction to knowing you were going to be playing against Global Esports, given that you scrim against them so much?
第一个问题想问到的就是，当时你知道了你们可能今天要面对到GE的时候，尤其是你们有很多次训练赛的交手的经验之后，你的反应是什么样的？
我感觉就是可以像是平常一样这样子，因为就跟他们训练这么多次，我感觉更好的模拟就是在赛场上，其实就是像在训练赛一样。
I feel like we can just treat this game as usual because we scrim a lot, so we just like take this game as a scrim.
And Leo, tell me how you guys managed that comeback on Lotus. When did you realize you could win?
还想问的就是今天在莲花古城这一张图，你们完成你们状态的回调，你从哪一刻开始意识到你们的状态找回来了？
我觉得 就是 Heavy 的发挥真的太关键了。我觉得这是从我们拿到 C 就是下包那一刻开始。
I feel like Happyway's performance is really brutal for us because after we plant the spike in the C side, we just knew that we can win.
Well, congratulations, you did win, Leo. You've made it to the playoffs. I want to let you go and celebrate with your incredible XLG fans. They've been chanting for you guys all afternoon. We'll see you on Friday, potentially, maybe Saturday. Thank you so much. I say Friday or Saturday because we don't know when XLG are going to be playing next because we've got to go to the draw show. Thank you so much, Echo, for translating. Leo, please go and meet the fans. You guys, come with me. So, I'm not alone on stage. Obviously, I'm joined with Nick for the draw show, but also we're joined by the coaches from our #1 seeded teams from our 4 regions. We've got Neil Zenio from Team Heretics, we've got Autumn, coach of EDG, we've got Alex of PaperX, and we've got Josh RT for G2. And this is quite simple, isn't it, Nick? You've just got to put your hands in the balls and find out which coach gets to pick first.
Hey everybody, yep, this draw is as simple as it gets, so I will simply pick a ball, that coach will come up and pick their opponent, and then we will add them to the bracket. We will be doing that in sequential order, so the first pick will go here, second pick will go here, and so on. And then after that, we'll determine the final schedule and move on.
Okay, shall we get our hands, or your hands specifically, on some balls, please, Nick?
All right, let's do it.
Here we go. Let's crack it open. Who picks first? It is Josh RT from G2. Let's all cast our eyes on who you're going to be picking. Any thoughts? I like how you're pretending to think hard about this. You already know who you want. Go on. It's our last recruited playoff team, XLG. Any thoughts as to why? Why have you just chosen the team that's still celebrating down there, Josh?
Honestly, I feel like we have a good matchup. I know the coach, I know the players very well, and I feel like it'll be a good game for us, you know?
Just a little bit of friendly banter. Nick, hands in the balls, please. Alex, if you're going to gossip on stage, I need you to say it into the microphone, please. Nick, crack it. EDG. Autumn stroking the chin. I love that these coaches are making things dramatic. They know. Show it to the audience. Autumn has picked Foot. Any reason?
Looking fun.
Looking fun! We love it. That's what we're here to have, guys. Fun. And Nick, you're not. You're here to do something very serious. Hands in the bowl, please. There we go. Nick well and truly milked that moment. I don't blame him. PaperX. All right then, Alex, come on. Decide. I like Neil Zenio looking so disappointed. You've already got 3 teams from Europe in. Come on. Did you just pretend that the audience chose that for you?
I was trying to see which one's louder.
What's that? Say
I was trying to see which one's louder.
Okay. Well, I mean, it's going to be a banging matchup. I can't wait to see the aggression in that particular one. And Neil Zenio, wait. No. Nick has to crack your name first.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Yeah, those are the rules.
My bad, my bad.
Okay. Come on, Nick. Oh. Oh, what are the chances? It's Team Heretics. All right, Neil. There you go. Oh. Oh, what do you know, guys? It's another regional matchup. But it had to happen given that there are 3 EMEA teams in the playoffs. Neil Zenio, does this surprise you?
No, honestly, I kind of expected not to get a chance. I don't know why. But yeah, well, I'll take one. Like you said, there's 3 teams in the playoffs, so yeah, I'm happy.
Well, I can't wait to see when these matches are going to be happening, but that hasn't been decided.
Chokers है भाई, chokers. Chokers भाई, warrior भाई, thrower भाई. क्या करना है अभी?
You keep your eyes on the socials to find out who will be playing. We have got a day off here to reset, give people a little bit of a break. But on Friday we'll be coming back with.
इनका गेम चालू है यार
We'll see you then.
तो अभी एलिमिनेट हो गए ना
Exciting. I'm here with Coach Voya from XLG.
Wadi
Now,
knock.
I want your reaction from the draw. First of all, who were you hoping would pick you?
अब अगले महीने मिलेंगे EWC पेरिस में
I really want the team here at
तेरी स्क्रीन देख
comfortable matchup for us.
Yeah.
And obviously I didn't want you to pick us. And
भाई मैं तो
that's
पीछे होके
obvious why,
लेट
because
के
we've been
देख
struggling
रहा
with
था
like this,
भाई
but whatever happens, we're gonna prepare better, and I hope Raga gonna pop again.
Yeah.
And show them the real Raga.
All right.
What do you think it is that you struggle against the American teams? Like, why do you think that
मैंने
is?
डाल दी
I think it's about the style they play, because they used to play against EMEA teams, and this is the style that we actually playing.
Yeah,
Like,
seen
at
over,
least we're
yeah.
trying to. And
हो जाएगा
also, I would say because of the players' individual skill, it's a little bit.
जी वे मूड खराब हो गया मेरा
They really fast some decisions. They
और
have good
सेकंड
micro,
मैच के बाद ही
macro,
खराब हो
micro,
गया भाई सेकंड मैच
and
जब थ्रो
those
होना
aspects,
चालू हुआ ना
actually make sense on international stage.
What is it about the EMEA style that you like to bring
yeah,
into this
throttle.
XLG team?
It's like when you're inserting someone,
Yeah.
when you have like a full map control, when
भाई
you
मेरे को
around
इतने
the
का
map
पड़
and
रहा
two
है
guys controlling other
कैसे पड़ रहा है भाई
zones,
तेरे को कब
when
में
you can hear rotations, just
तेरे पास already
anyone can
skill
call
है
you what to do and
अब
make
मैं
your
लिखी
eyes
से
not to
पूछ
tell
के
you
लोग क्या
anything,
कर रहे
and
हैं
this is
पूछ
how
रहा
I see the EMEA playstyle.
Yeah, it's working very well for you.
Yeah, it is. Now, this is very different than the last time you are on a global stage. You know, coming in not as first seed, they're picking a team this time. How do you think things will shake out a little bit differently? Do you think this is an advantage that XLG has been going through the Swiss gauntlet?
Actually, I think it's a little bit advantage because we had some practice on the stage. Those guys, they've been waiting like 1 week, I guess. For other teams to join them in the playoffs. Also, I'm happy that we could practice with different regions this time.
Yeah.
And maybe we get some more confidence.
Deathmatch. Warm up.
Take a moment to collect yourselves. Scattered minds make simple mistakes.
Fight!
No ego, no pride.
हाँ जी का जी हो गया जी का जी हो गया
誰よ。Watch it now. Cold. In the dirt. Gotcha. Move aside.
Ten kills remaining. Three out. Five kills remaining. 1 minute remaining. 1 kill remaining.
Not bad, but I could go for another.
ओए क्या रैंक है तेरी रियल रैंक बता
कौन कब पूछ रहा
दोनों से पूछ रहा हूँ
नहीं तो जीत रही है
अच्छा अच्छा
Oh.
एनर है चैट में से आ रहे हैं कोई हम लोग 3 स्टार जा रहे हैं चैट वाला बंदा
ठीक है
कब से वेट कर रहे थे उसके लिए
Match found.
Dodge pussy.
They have no idea
Meow.
how heartless I am.
So, Sage, when are you going to teach me how to revive people, huh?
Jet, you... That's not how Radiance work. Oh, I see.
You're joking. Hilarious. Party's over. Right here.
Spike planted. Last player standing.
Done.
Reyna, the offer stands. Take whatever life you need from me. She deserves it.
Nice FK.
Caution here. Multiple targets B.
No mistake. Enemy spotted B.
Last player standing.
peeking.
They played. Nice try.
You know what we should do? I'll tell you. We should win. There.
Alright, muckers. Off we go.
On my mark. On my mark.
Spike down A. Spike down A. One enemy remaining.
Stay slow.
Drop in a smoke.
Scatter. 30 seconds left. Spike planted.
My ult's ready. Oh, was that important? We're gonna win. No other option. Let's go.
Need a drop.
Reyna, wake up, fucking bot.
Thank you.
The hunt begins. Duck. Enemy spotted A. Healing you. Give me those back.
One enemy remaining.
A momentary win. Let us make it permanent.
We can overcome them.
क्या हो गया throttle?
Target spotted C.
Spike planted.
Reloading.
Still inside.
Reloading.
Still inside. Done. My ult ready.
Oh yeah! Monster on the loose! One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
भाई क्या करूँ मैं अकेले?
And we are the means.
They will cover! There.
भाई मेरा मैप में ध्यान था भाई.
Last player standing. Spike planted.
Outside of this gig, immortality doesn't have as many day-to-day benefits as you think.
For you, hermanita.
Drop in a smoke. Enemy spotted A. Right here.
Drop in a smoke. Fire in the hole!
Spike planted. Last player standing.
They're just batteries, and I need a recharge.
I could use a drop.
We can push them back.
Spike down A. One enemy remaining.
Don't worry, your life won't go to waste.
There's no need for the enemy to suffer. Kill them fast.
Watch this! Right here.
Insecto.
Spike planted.
Target escaped.
In sight.
Two side, guys.
One enemy remaining.
Still in sight.
Barrier created.
Thank you.
Right. Whatever. Just.
My ult is ready. You were the wind. So powerful.
Well done.
इनको गाली भी नहीं दे सकता।
I will hold up the sky.
The hunt begins.
Enemy spotted A.
Spike down A.
You will not kill my allies.
Down.
Reloading.
Caution here.
Scatter.
Spike planted.
There.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
They don't have a single life worth saving.
Can someone get this?
One enemy remaining.
You were a boulder. I
I'm a mouth.
Last round in the half.
I didn't care how you do it. Just spend all your money. Maybe buy a
shorty or two.
I could use a drop. I could use a drop.
Thank you. As one.
There.
Enemy spotted C.
no peeking.
Caution here. Sensor drift.
For you. Reloading.
Fire in the hole.
Target down.
Spike planted. One enemy remaining.
Don't insult me.
sector to work. Switching sides.
What will it be this time? Have any patterns emerged yet? Reloading.
आज तेरा हो ही जाएगा।
क्या कर रहा है थ्रॉटल?
नहीं वालों खेलने जा रहा था।
This is gonna be fun.
भाई ये भोसड़ा टीम मिली है मादर चोद भाई।
क्या स्कोर चल रहा है?
5-7 भाई। चूतू ने एक फ्री राउंड भाई डिफ्यूज भी नहीं करा भाई, इनको किल्स निकाल के दे दिए भाई सारे। देख को राउंड दिखा। स्क्रीन देख।
Target spike down.
Spike down A.
पहले ये राउंड देख।
Last player standing.
Good attack.
प्लांटर को मारा। अब तो इधर स्प्रे देख भाई।
Omen kill.
इनको ऐसे राउंड निकाल के दे रहा हूँ फिर भी इनको घूमना है भाई। ये वाला राउंड था ना जो डिफ्यूज होता था।
Actually, never mind.
अरे हम लोग टेलीपैथिक कनेक्शन से बात करेंगे।
रैंक मैच है भाई ऊपर से मेरा। कौन हो?
मैं हूँ है एक सब्सक्राइबर है, दूसरा सब्सक्राइबर है और एक कोई है।
तो 3 स्टैक करने वाले लगते।
मदर चोद मच्छर गांड में काट दिया। कितने दिन हो गए?
हाँ क्या
कितने दिन खत्म होगा?
5-8 चल रहा है। 5-9 समझ ले।
खत्म कर भाई, थोड़ा स्लो कर दे भाई, फिर मतलब कम बैक कर ले।
कम बैक भाई अकेला कहाँ से करूंगा भाई। ये जेट पहले ही होप छोड़ बैठा है। इसके 10 किल से तब मेरे 6, इसके मेरे 8 किल से अभी मेरे 18 है, उसके 11 है। जब इसके 8 थे तब मेरे 6 किल थे। अभी पहली हार मान जाती है ना टीम भाई। कहती लड़कियां है भाई, तो लड़कियां है तो क्या भाई खेलना नहीं आता क्या? एंड पे कर लो का गेम में फिर।
Let's fly.
Need a drop.
अब वो भोसड़े के पास गन चलेगी।
Reloading. Healing.
Dropping smokes.
Gun here.
लोग गया मैग फैक्टर।
No escape. Opponent killed. Caution here.
I have the spike. Cutting their vision.
You're right. Reloading.
Spike drop.
I have the spike.
Gun here. Our spike's down.
Spike down A. One enemy remaining.
They were
Not good enough. I know what must be done.
I will not die today.
E-boy, big sucker.
Enemy spike.
Still in sight.
Enemy spike. 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 Enemy spike.
there. Still in sight.
Spike dropped.
I have the spike.
Healer down. Enemy spotted.
One enemy remaining. Out of charges.
One shot, one shot.
30 seconds left. It's planted.
Drop in a smoke.
Oh yeah! Monster on the loose!
They're done.
Deep breaths, everyone. Your hearts are pounding.
Forward.
I got the spike.
My ult's ready.
Healing. Enemy
Cutting
spotted
their
A.
vision. Still in sight.
One enemy remaining.
Spike planted.
Out of charges.
You made a mess of yourself. Reloading.
Their lives are so meaningless. Might as well give them to me.
Need a drop. Thanks.
Coward, run!
Throwing net.
I got the spike.
They will cower!
Reloading.
Fire in the hole!
Enemy spotted B.
The rush! The rush!
One enemy remaining.
Resolves.
Vata Shikti.
The battlefield changes with every play.
Need a drop. Thanks.
Embarrass them.
spotted A. Drop in a smoke.
There. Feeling sight.
Cool. Reloading. Right here. Barrier created. Reloading. Blocking sight.
One enemy remaining.
Down. Right here.
You're awful. I couldn't care less. Without me, game is already lost.
Time to stock back up. Spike's here.
One enemy remaining.
Caution here. Last enemy taken out. Make them regret their choice of profession.
Gun here.
Reloading.
For you, hermanita.
No escape.
Enemy spotted A.
Reloading.
Scatter.
Caution here.
CG.
Feeling sight.
One enemy remaining. 30 seconds left.
Your tactics failed.
Ultimate ready. Reload.
Match point.
Come on, friends. We're so close. It's basically over.
Nicely done.
They will now begin.
Your duty is not over. Like I never left. Gecko's gone. Reloading.
Pull them to the... You will not kill my ally!
Last player standing. Spike down A. Thirty seconds left.
Drop in a smoke.
One enemy remaining.
I have the spike.
10 seconds left.
Planted.
I reckon I'll take a tip after this. I've earned it. Here.
Caution here.
Fuck.
Careful enemies.
Reloading.
Last player
If you
standing.
take the mouse, we might win.
Aye, where to?
Reloading.
Chamber mix नहीं
क्या स्कोर चल रहा है टोटल?
Through the calm, I see.
मेरा सोच क्या चल रहा
I
है?
fight.
12-11. भाई कमबैक कराया उनको भाई.
Drop in a smoke. Drop in a smoke.
Gecko down.
Reloading.
Behind. Check behind.
My ult's not ready. Cutting their vision.
Spike down A. 30 seconds left.
Come in.
Still in sight.
Guys, plant. Man, motherfucker.
10 seconds left.
Du musst halten.
Fire in the hole!
One enemy remaining. Last player standing. Switching sides. Overtime.
As much as this world hurt me, it's mine, and I will kill to defend it.
Let's go.
There.
Drop in a
Careful,
smoke.
enemies.
Spike down C. One enemy remaining. Spike down C.
Loading.
Switching sides. Match point.
This place is nice, but not nice enough to die in.
Need a drop.
Get out of here.
What do you need?
Could have a drop. I go wet. Reloading. All raised. Drop in a smoke. Barrier deployed. Here! Down!
Cutting their vision. Still in sight.
Yeah.
Pew pew! Refreshing. Drop in a smoke. Light planted.
One enemy remaining.
Down. Fire in the hole!
Everyone is on stage.
Attackers win.
Pack your bags. Tally your kills. We're heading home.
Bro. This team was shit. थ्रॉटल क्या सीन थ्रॉटल कौन से रैंक से हो थ्रॉटल
आपने मुझे एक
बोल दे एक और कैरी करने आ गया बोल दे
चल
देखो पता है वो उधर कैसा है रे ओजी ऑन हो रही है ना गोल्ड से आ रहा हूँ मारना किक मारना इसे वो गैको बैन हो गया क्या बात है इनवाइट दियो थ्रॉटल भाई ये सिल्वर भाई ये कैसे करते हैं भाई ये डायरेक्ट भाई इनकी आईडी एक तो रैंक अप करो अब गोल्ड अकाउंट
इन गेम है कोई तो डेथ मैच से बाहर निकलने बहुत जरूरी है डेथ मैच से बाहर निकलो
4 की पिंग है तो भाऊ होंगे भाऊ रहेंगे कौन है थ्रॉटल वो आईडी से भाई आज जी क्या गंदा खेली भाई पहला मैच तो पैटमैन ने निकाल के दे दिया भाई झोली में ओह माय गॉड विनीति देखो एक ना वो आया है गिव बैक वाला बंडल। टोटल नहीं है वीसी। मेरे पे है ना, लगाऊं क्या? उस पे एक है ना VFX वाला है, ठीक है। कौन कौन कह रहा है कि करने? मेन आईडी से आऊंगा तो ये लोग खेल नहीं पाएंगे ना। उधर किधर? हेलो, कैरी कर रहा था कल, याद है? 3 राउंड एफ के रहे। अच्छा क्लिप्स दिखाता हूँ थ्रॉटल फिर। आजा आजा।
अभी मैं खुद के क्लिप्स पे फोकस।
क्या रिएक्शन टाइम कितना क्रेजी हो गया भाई मेरा। क्रेजी। आई एम रेडिएंट प्लेयर एक्स। भाई तू रेडिएंट होगा अपनी पिंग में, ठीक है, बट मेरे सामने सारे क्या बोलते हैं उसको, पानी कम क्या होता है, भूल गया मैं।
Match found.
वही ब्रीज आ गया वापस, लेट्स गो।
They have no idea how heartless I am.
थ्रॉटल डिस्कॉर्ड पे स्ट्रीम देख रहा ना मेरी? राउंड देख, कोर्स देख। ऑन डिस्कॉर्ड, यस, यप यप। You don't speak. English. Renew. डीएम आएगा कुछ? मेरे को क्या आया डीएम? कुछ नहीं आया। कर सो। ओ
Match found.
They have no idea how heartless I am.
क्या है? चलो यार ऐसी समझ गया। सामने एक बूस्टेड आयरन आया। क्या बात है? टोटल डिस्कॉर्ड। रिप्लाई नहीं देगा। याद आया कुछ?
I'm hungry.
मैं कुछ नहीं
Anyone hungry?
बोलूंगा।
Lunch on Brimstone after this.
एको किसमें सो रहा है?
Reloading.
थ्रॉटल आज मैं फुल फॉर्म में हूँ, ठीक है? थ्रॉटल आज मैं फुल फॉर्म में हूँ, ठीक है? ये रुक जाओ, ठीक है? मैं क्रॉसहेयर बना रहा हूँ एक।
इस मैच में क्या खेला था?
ओह नो।
Oh, my bad.
I have the spike.
ऑटम तो ऑब्वियस।
Spike drop.
शरीफ उठा लो। मुझे हील चाहिए। मुझे हील चाहिए। विनीति चलो क्लच कर दो।
This will be. This will be.
आज आपने ऑटम से क्या सीखा?
One enemy remaining.
क्या बात है? बॉडी शॉट मारा। तो बॉडी शॉट है, दिखता है।
Damn.
टम टम। ऑटम तो सीजन है ना।
Need a drop.
ये ले। थ्रॉटल बाय दे।
Thank you.
ये लेना। वही तो बिना स्किन्स वाले अकाउंट से मैं नहीं खेलता।
Reloading.
इन्हीं नाम चेंज कर ले इनके। तो डीएम में स्लाइड इन हुआ नहीं हुआ? टोटल फ्लोरोसेंट के डीएम हो जाए क्या? Why Bibu?
Spike down B.
अरे
That's a kill.
Last player standing.
क्या थ्रो कर दिया रे विनी?
They don't have a single life
ठीक
worth
है, हम
saving.
मैच के एंड में बात करेंगे अब.
Reloading.
Let's take what they have.
Oh.
I have the spike. Drone going out.
चल throttle. भाई हमारा इनिशिएटर बहुत गंदा है भाई.
Last player standing.
One bullet for enemy.
I also think so. ये ओमन से भाऊ खेल रहा है ना? और भाऊ भाऊ तो मेरे से बात ही नहीं करेंगे.
अरे मैंने पूछा ना, एनवी नहीं आया क्या?
आया था ना.
Drone going out.
पता नहीं हमारे चैम्बर के पीछे भाग जाता है. भाई चल थ्रॉटल एक गन दिला यार. मिल गई.
2 मिनट पे साइड दूसरी सीधा प्लान करो. क्लियर है साइड. मिड से आएंगे या फिर एक सिटी से आएगा.
One enemy remaining.
सिटी देखो.
Still in sight.
चलो विनीति मारो.
Ignition.
क्या बात है विनीति? क्या खेल रही आज?
Remember, I hit them with explosives.
मैच चल रहा है ना? लास्ट मैच बॉटम फ्रैग करके बॉटम फ्रैग करे थे क्या लास्ट मैच? को पता नहीं.
Need a drop.
लेना थ्रॉटल. इधर आना स्किल लेना. ये लेना. Oh my god, he got me. Backstep. This is how it ends. Enemy spotted. B.
Spike down B. Last player standing.
Their lives are so meaningless. Might as well give them to me.
Window. दिख गया तू. नीचे आ गया ना? विनी को म्यूट.
Can I drop please?
You want to play? Let's play.
Enemy spotted mid.
In sight.
Enemy spotted mid.
Can I have Vandal Vinity?
वहाँ पे ऑफ पड़ी है.
क्या यार थ्रॉटल एक डैमेज नहीं दिया तूने उसको? 50 ओम. चैम्बर 50. वो दिखा देख तेरे को गंदी की. चल.
So close.
Come B.
Reina last spotted breeze.
Astra B main होगा.
One enemy remaining.
Astra B होगा.
Reloading.
Shot kill.
As much as this world hurt me, it's mine. I will kill to defend it.
तुम्हें मेरा आवाज आ रहा है?
हाँ.
हेलो.
Pro.
You better run, Sova.
अब नहीं लिखोगे W.
They will cower.
Hey, push कर.
आना ब्रो चैम्बर पुश फास्ट. अभी था वो.
भाई वो मर ही नहीं रहा था.
प्रेस लेफ्ट की.
बी रहेगी लास्ट. मैं देख रहा हूँ डोर्स. तू सिटी देख. डोर्स देख रहा हूँ, तू सिटी देख.
नहीं होता.
बाउंस बैक साइड देखो. बैक साइड ट्रैप है.
एक तो अच्छा सेव कर रहा रहेगा.
Watching here.
नहीं रहेगी.
उधर देख रहा हूँ मैं. चेंबर से दे.
Last player standing.
ईश. टोटल किल. देख उस पर टाइम नहीं हो. फुल टैप करना पड़ेगा उसको. छोड़ दिया नहीं कर रहा. छोड़ दिया था.
ऑफ पड़ी मेरी. Maybe.
Need a drop.
तू रेडिएंट नहीं था?
जेट थ्रॉटल बाय देना बाबू.
Thank you.
इनी इमॉर्टल.
तेरी गन का की थ्रॉटल. बाऊ को क्यों? अच्छा.
Zone is down.
Out of my way.
Jet spawn है.
I went for you on chamber.
नहीं बे.
Last player standing.
अरे बंदा आ गया. ठीक है.
ऐसे ही तो इमॉर्टल गया रहेगा वो. फेक इमॉर्टल.
मैं बंदा.
गोल्ड के कवर में इमॉर्टल. वो तो रेडिएंट है ना. वो लाल कलर का लगाया है. इमॉर्टल तो रेड है. पिंक तो डायमंड है. पर्पल है डायमंड. हाँ तो पिंक कौन सा रंग है? वो तो रेड है. डुप्लीकेट पन्नी लगा दे. टोटल मैं येलो जा रहा हूँ. डीप जाऊँ क्या? चैम्बर इधर ही रहेगा. थोड़ा इधर देख. बोल रहा हूँ इधर देखना. उधर तो मार देंगे हम. मेरा टाइमिंग करा दिया तुमने. ना 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 मैं कह रहा हूँ उठ कर लेगा भाई थ्रॉटल हो गया भाई क्या कर रहा है तू
Need a drop.
You hand them a free kill. I need a drop.
give my boy
भाई नहीं आ रहा है
मत दो इसको बैग नहीं देगा वैसे भी थ्रो करेगी तब
Reloading.
throttle exchange
Gun here.
ये प्यारी स्किन दिया हो
Spike dropped.
है तो प्राइम वैंडल पता नहीं शायद इनिशिएटर लाता ना ब्रो स्मोक फास्ट यूने बाऊ थोड़ा सा फास्ट स्मोक दे दो मैं मर गया स्मोक
Spike down A. Last player standing.
Oh my god. Oh I hate कैसे
exclamation clip guys exclamation clip guys we don't care about that
How did we forget the spike? There.
let me lock in भाई हो गया भाई देख लिया मैंने
Still inside.
आना स्पाइक लेके आना कहाँ है
2 मिनट है ब्रो
Still inside.
गाइस स्पाइक लेके आओ ना
One enemy remaining.
नाइस चल भाई इसी चल
चल एस निकाल -40 है वो चल -40 है वो निकालना कर भी रिटेट डिंग दैट हां नाइस देखा इसको टिल्ट करा ना हमने फेक इमॉर्टल बोल के तो खेल रहा है अब थोड़ा
Need a drop.
बाय दो रे
Thank you.
अबे नहीं हो रहा भाई मेरे से ये पिंग पे
Spike's here.
इनिशिएटर उठाता है यार स्पाइक
woman can I have a skill thank you
Yes.
You want to play? Let's play.
prime handle
डाल ड्रोन कुछ तो डालो
देसी जेपी क्या
Headshot. Annihilated. Come here. Spike planted.
एक मिनट है
One enemy remaining.
उधर है इधर से आ रहा है My god timing what the fuck my life is so fucking life
Switching sides.
Reloading.
भाई
Reloading.
भाई थ्रॉटल मैच तो फुट का था भाई मैच तो फुट ने निकाला था भाई आज गाया ले लो 1700 में लेनी है तो पैंटम लेनी है रिकॉन ले लो 1700 में गाया वेंडर ले लो। कोई बाऊ ये वाला स्मोक देना। बाऊ स्मोक ए पे है बंदे। भाई मैंने बहुत गंदा आ गया।
Last player standing. Spike down A.
आया सामने है ब्रो।
Spike planted.
निकाल तू क्या रहा हूँ। बॉट लिख दो ऑल पे। मैं तो थ्रो कर रहा था।
Look your enemy in
फिर याद आया विनीदी की मेन आइडिया, तो मैंने सोचा लेट्स प्ले। क्या चाहिए थ्रोटल तेरे को? क्या मैं भी यही बोल रहा। मन की बात पढ़ ली। फक कुछ ऐसी चीज मांगो।
ये ऑटम कौन है?
चाचे का लड़का है,
सुंदर हैंडसम
ऑस्ट्रेलिया वाला चिकना है।
Fuck my team. विनीदी एक बात बताओ।
Missiles away.
Last player standing.
मार्शल गेम।
One down.
एक और है उधर लेफ्ट में। विनीदी एक बात बताओ। ना 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 वो सब तो ठीक है। जब वो प्लांट कर रहे थे तब आप नहीं, कॉल तो ठीक है, आप अपने यूटिल से उनका प्लांट रोक सकते थे थोड़ी देर के लिए। आपको साउंड नहीं आता। डन है, रुक जाओ नेक्स्ट वीक। Fuck. Mommy.
Seat back up.
आपकी होगी।
Watching here. Teleport's ready. I'm too far.
मारना आ जाके चैम्बर। चल चैम्बर तेरे। अरे चैम्बर क्या करता है यार?
अरे इसका मूव ऑन कराएगा कोई?
करवा तो करो। मेन
player standing.
फिर बाकी के तो फेक बाबू है ना। भाव ने पता है आज क्या स्टेटमेंट दिया है? उनके अकाउंट से कोई भी खेलेगा बाऊ रैंक पुश करेंगे। दोनों अकाउंट। अबे तो उसने सही करा ना। नहीं उन पे फुल हेल्थ थी तो उनको फाइट लेने के लिए।
अरे ये लो लेवल
आओ
ओमेन भाई ड्रॉप मिलेगा।
उन पे है ही नहीं पैसे।
They will cower.
Spike planted.
The hunt begins.
Reloading.
Bro, smoke man. बाऊ एक स्मोक बचाना नहीं होता। स्टिक कोई ना दूसरा स्टिक कर लो। अरे
Last player standing.
अरे
Clutch.
Expertly done, chamber.
मेरे से भी नीचे जो बात ना करे।
अब वो लोग ऊपर है। भाऊ तो स्मोक ही नहीं करते।
Stealing sight. Launching missile.
Spike planted. One enemy remaining.
Launching missile.
भाई ये इधर बैठी है कुत्ते की बच्ची। थ्रॉटल क्यों डेफन चलेगा? ओए थ्रॉटल आना है। डेफन क्यों हो गया?
यार कोई अच्छी स्किन दो ना।
बाय दे थ्रॉटल।
वैंडल
थ्रॉटल बाय।
Thank you.
मैं दूँ वो सांप वाली ड्रैगन वाली। हाँ हिलिक्स की बात थोड़ी कर रहा। चलो लेट्स गो थ्रॉटल।
Enemy spotted mid. Still in sight.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, champions!
The max will be towards at least one of us.
This is it, yeah, trap.
Focus now.
सुपरमैन तोड़ी। ओमन को बोलो ना पीते।
You want to play? Let's play.
कर दो यूटिल कर दो। बी पे है।
Drone going out.
एक्चुअली क्यों भी
बी है। आओ छोड़ो। think I should go with higher sense.
This is how we end. One enemy remaining. Spike down B.
अब एक-एक करके पिक देके मत जाओ. Coming on me.
Okay, window.
Mortal okay, can't even
We
read.
get a pick, we move in. Got it?
विनीति हम आपकी इज्जत करते हैं. वो तो किसी को पहनाएगा. एक थ्रॉटल क्या बोल रही है? बी है? बी. Who said? Chamber fucking better, भाई. माइनस 80 रहना. पाओ आपके गिल से होल्ड कर लो थोड़ा.
One enemy remaining.
Rena on site minus 80.
There you go.
देख थ्रॉटल क्या बोल रही है. उसने हॉल पे क्या लिखा है? तुमने नाम हाइड नहीं रखा? ये वाला स्मोक दे. ओ भाई एस्ट्राइस इन मिड क्लीवेज पे. एस्ट्रा क्लीवेज चैम्बर क्लीवेज.
One enemy remaining. Spike down A.
क्या बात है भाऊ? क्या खेलते हो?
Match point.
Her head is in the guillotine. Now pull.
टोटल कितना टिल्ट करते हो रे दीदी. विनीति. अबे जी भाई. I hate this.
Cover going out.
Server. 105 extra.
Blocking sight.
One enemy remaining.
AP.
30 seconds left.
AP.
Defenders win.
Too easy.
My
ult's not ready.
जी का जी क्या बात है, इसका गोल्ड चढ़ गया वापिस और +3 RR फॉर गुड। भाई +3 RR ड्यू टू ग्रेट परफॉर्मेंस मिला, क्यों, वाई? हेलो, ये वो क्या है ना, they know I am deserve, they know I'm deserving. GG's well played, bye bye.